Hey, Nicky, how you doing? Real quick, on Monday, one of your former training partners, Craig Jones, shared a post on social. I'm sure you saw it with your former coach, John Danaher. Said that nature was healing, maybe implying that some of the beef there, the highly publicized beef, was quashed. If you had a chance to talk to either of them, any insight on that?
Nope, I have no idea. I had I had knowledge that they were gonna have a meeting, but I'm just kind of focused on myself right now. So yeah, I don't know.
Pretty good time in the world of professional grappling. UFC's continued investment in FPI, CGI planned again in August. Can you talk about how much responsibility you feel, kind of being one of the biggest stars in the sport and kind of carrying that torch for the UFC now?
Responsibility I feel for being the biggest guy in the sport. Yeah, I don't feel any responsibility at all. I just kind of I am myself. I do what I gotta do, and I'll just take it one day at a time and have fun.
Another one of your former training partners, Gordon Ryan, him and Mikey had some beef recently last year, going back and forth about the use of PEDs in the sport. Obviously, they're on kind of opposite ends of the argument. You've always maintained that you do it the right way. Can you talk about that beef and any comments on their back and forth?
Well, I just think that using performance-enhancing drugs probably takes away from, the purity of the sport in the sense of like how good your technique is, how athletic you really are, because you can just overpower somebody. And also, like, a lot of these guys can just take steroids and not necessarily work out and build muscle. That's kind of like, that sounds like cheating, right? So, yeah, I would love it if every competition in jiu-jitsu was drug tested vigorously. And I look forward to the day that UFC commits to that.
How important is it for the continued advancement of the sport? Obviously, different organizations view it different ways. Do you think cleaning the sport completely of it is going to help it continue to kind of grow into the mainstream?
I definitely agree that I believe if jiu-jitsu was tested specifically in the UFC Fight Pass Invitational, because it is the kind of the main way of competing, I would say that's probably the most important aspect of it would be drug testing.
Let's talk about your match with Victor. Everyone kind of expected you guys to face each other last year at CGI. Obviously, he lost in the first round. Were you disappointed at all that you didn't get that rematch at CGI?
Disappointed, I think, would be like an emotion. I don't really have any emotions.
What adjustments do you think you need? Obviously, you guys have faced each other many times. What adjustments have you made going into this match where you'll finally be able to get the job done?
Yeah, I just have a better understanding of the sport and of my game plan and techniques, and I'm just go out there and implement my techniques against my opponent and just enjoy it.
Final prediction?
Nikki Rod via submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right here. When you say you have a better understanding of the sport, what exactly do you mean by that?
Well, jiu-jitsu is a knowledge-based sport, right? Obviously, you need attributes like I have great attributes, long arms, big hands, big feet, handsome. All those things work in my favor, and then you toss in knowledge upon that, just a better understanding of how to implement these techniques. Like maybe for the first year or two, I really only had like two ways of passing guard. That would be body lock and then knee cut. And then nowadays, I have much better understanding of passing guard, of submissions, of strategy as well. So, I think I'm going on my 7th year. This will be year 7 in June. So a lot of these guys have been in the sport for 15 plus years. So I'm definitely grasping a better understanding nowadays.
Nicky, every time you've grappled Victor, it's a very competitive match, and somehow he always comes out on top. I guess what you kind of already alluded to, like what's going to be different, but I guess looking back on those matches, what are your analysis on them?
Well, there's a few different aspects, like we have points nowadays in UFC. So it's not just, you don't just have a match and then this guy says, oh, I think this guy won. It's not an opinion-based match. It's a fact-based match. So if you score, you win. If you don't, you lose. I think that's a big aspect where previously we competed. It was strictly up to the judge's decision. And then, I think it just comes down to a better understanding of how to do jiu-jitsu. I progress very fast in this sport, and I have a great team behind me that helps me learn constantly. And I'm excited to implement these new techniques upon my opponent.
So good luck.
I saw Craig was back in Austin. I don't know if you guys crossed paths since he's been back, but you talk about your team helping you. What's it been like having Craig back in the gym?
Yeah, it's good having Craig. I mean, I saw him for, I mean, he was there for a day. That's all I need. Yeah, it's good to have, great to have a guy like that in the room. He has a different take on the sport, where I'm very top heavy. I want to stay on top and dominate these guys from top position. He's really good in weird positions. So I think it just brings a different perspective to grappling when he's around.
Obviously, him and Danaher seem to be cool again. Are you and Danaher cool?
I'm cool with everybody. I don't care. All right, thanks.
Yeah, Oliver. Another big event, on the UFC platform. Talk to us about the emotions heading into this one.
Gratitude.
Yep.
That's the main emotion. Grateful, happy, to be back here on the stage, ready to put on a good event for all you guys.
Do you feel like when you head into these ones that it feels bigger than maybe some of your other competitions you can compete in?
I treat every competition the same way. I'm always trying to be as professional as I can. I'm always trying to do things as best as I can leading up to it. But there's definitely, when you're doing things like this, you surrounded by, MMA fighters getting ready to compete on the main event. It definitely brings a little extra, inspires you a little bit more.
And also the infrastructure that you're in, right? The UFC Apex is becoming a bit of a renowned venue to compete in for jiu-jitsu. Do you think that the more competitions the UFC hold, the bigger this platform becomes for you guys?
For sure, man. I mean, especially for us grappling, I've competed in just the dirtiest gymnasiums. You know how it is. In jiu-jitsu, you go to these little places. It's like the warm-up mats. There's no warm-up mats. You're warming up on the floor. You're inverting on concrete and things like that. So it's good. It's a good step up, man. It's a very big step up for us. It's up to us now to back up the people that are investing in the sport, and put on like good, entertaining performances.
And talk to us about the contest yourself. Where do you have your strengths? Your opponent has his weaknesses. Where do they match up? Talk to us about the contest itself.
I think we have both similar strength in the sense that we're going to be very dynamic with our submission attempts. He likes Kani Basami. I like double trouble rolls as well. He likes flying upper body submissions. I like Granby rolls. It's very dynamic. I think it's going to be very fun. Also that we have 8 minutes without points. So those 8 minutes, really going to try to make the most out of them. I'm not trying to go to the point section. I want kill or be killed, So he does fatigue over time, like any human being will fatigue. So that's where I'm trying to go as well. Trying to put a very high pace on him. Co-main event, people are going to be watching. We want to keep it entertaining,
Right here. One of the hot topics in the jiu-jitsu world these days is obviously the performance-enhancing drug aspect of that. And guys like Nikki Rod was just in here. Mikey did the December one, and they're obviously very vocal, and they oppose it, and they want more testing, and they think this partnership with Fight Pass and the UFC is a good first step. I'm curious where you fall on that.
I agree. I'm 31. I started at 19. I was first introduced to jiu-jitsu. I've never touched anything. I'm not, again, I don't judge anybody that does it. People have different health issues, different upbringings. I think it's definitely a shortcut. Juicing is a shortcut. It takes away from, I feel, the journey that you're on. You're going to have to, there's some things you're not going to have to learn or do because you're taking these shortcuts, And it's one of the best things about what we do is the aspect of sacrifice. You're putting sacrifice into it. People are religious. It preaches sacrifice as well. So I'm not saying you can't do all these things. You can't sacrifice more when you're on juice. But I just feel like it's nice to keep it clean, and you can look good without having to juice. I know some people say, oh well, these guys will come in, they'll look jacked, they'll look good, because there aren't, you can do all that while being natural. You know, if you train, you eat right, you sleep right, you treat yourself as a professional. I mean, you can do all these things that juice guys do, you know, and you can actually take advantage of things that they have to pay the price for, like, you know, more muscle, you know, less cardio, slower, maybe relying on that substance. You don't have to rely on something. It can give you an edge, you know. And for me, over the years, I'm starting to mentally be happier about not being on anything, being natural, and then seeing people in front of me who juice as, you know, people who just took some shortcuts whereas I didn't, you know. So that's my stance.
Have you ever felt pressured to like go down that route, or not just like externally but also internally as well?
Not pressured. I mean, has the thought gone in my head in the past? For sure, you know, because, you know, I see people before and after. I've seen a lot of athletes before and after. I've seen their results. I've seen them do good, you know. So the thought was definitely in my head. There are times where I, especially after like super fights against guys who are clearly on juice, like, and you can feel the squeeze, you can feel everything. It plays in your head a bit, but you just gotta have faith, man. You gotta have faith in what you do. You gotta have faith in the coaches that you have. You gotta have faith in the strength and conditioning coaches that you have, the nutritionists. You know, gotta have faith in what you're doing, the sacrifices you're doing. And I think over time, you know, things fall into place. People want results right away. You know, they wanna achieve quick results. They wanna get onto the podium quickly. But if you enjoy making the sacrifices, you enjoy the journey, the setbacks, the ups and downs, there's no rush, man. I'm not in a rush, and I'm enjoying seeing my career move forward slowly but surely, you know. This is the proof, you know, like co-main event on such a big event, big week. Super happy.
One quick one for me. You mentioned training in these dirty gyms. I'm not sure if you saw your opponent's last match. There's a pretty funny moment where he lost his contact lens.
Yeah.
They were looking for it for a little bit. They finally found it, and he kind of just picked it up and popped it right back in his eye. Kind of got some gas from the crowd. Is that one of the nastiest things you've seen out on the mats? Or
That's very courageous. And I was listening to the commentary, and Gordon was saying that some guy did it, got staph in his brain and died. So knock on wood, man. Hope that never happens to anybody, you know, that's competing. But that you know, that's another thing about our sport. You know, it's very new. We're like kind of in the early stages of the sport. People don't maybe don't treat themselves the best way they can. They don't know, like, for example, like staph infections, ringworm, coming back from that, how to eat properly, how to, you know, strengthen your gut health. So, you know, those are, I mean, maybe he did it for the fans is good. I mean, I don't know how his vision would have been impacted, you know, during the match if he didn't put it on. But I definitely wouldn't recommend it, you know, amongst other things for health issues, you know, and for a sport.
Thanks. Good luck.
No, thank you.
How you doing?
Guys, what's up?
Thanks for
How are
joining.
you?
I just asked your opponent about your last match here at the Apex. You had one of the funnier nights of the moment. Your contact fell out. You popped it right back in. Have any adjustments with the eyewear, new contacts or anything heading into this match?
Yeah, this time I'll bring a pair instead of just an extra one. That way, if I need to just throw, because I rather if the contact comes out, I don't want to stop the match and then go look for someone on the side to give me. You know, I just need the momentum to keep going. So no distractions. I would have taken out, but the previous match to that one, I did that, and it was kind of hard to wrestle. I'm not used to it anymore, I guess, to being blind. You know, living in America, man, I got spoiled. Now, with that said, this time I'll bring an extra pair. I'll just take it off. We go from there, and I'll put the spare after.
Last couple times you've competed here, your wife has been on the card with you. She's not on this card. Any thoughts going on? Is there any pressure with her not being on the card? And how do you envision going into this match without her?
Honestly, it takes away pressure because this time around I won't have to focus on both of us, competing. A lot of the times when she's competing, I want to be there in the corner for her no matter what. And she's always on my corner too. So that's extra stuff to do. This time, honestly, it's just no distractions. I'll be able to stay locked in, worry about my warm-up, have no teammates either going this time around. I think it's going to be even better, honestly. Yeah, but, I mean, when we do it together, it actually helps because I know she's going to win her match before mine, and then it puts me the pressure to win as well.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Renato, you are moving over to MMA. I guess what was the thought process in going from jiu-jitsu to MMA?
So when I made the decision was before coming over this way to UFC Fight Pass Invitational. Things look a lot better now than it was looking then. I was just about to compete Worlds in the gi for the last time. I was training already a little bit of MMA, on and off for a few years. My wife used to fight MMA as well, so I was always around, get the beginner intro classes, and then once the jiu-jitsu schedule got busy, I would always, back out of it and focus on jiu-jitsu again. But that time around, I was looking for actually just go and wrestle. And then when I got there, there was no such thing as wrestling camp happening anymore. It was just MMA classes, so I jumped in anyway, and I enjoyed it a lot. And jiu-jitsu was becoming a little bit more stressful, and monetarily speaking, wasn't great either. So, I was already like 25, 26 when I made the decision. So it's been about 2.5, 3 years that I've been training for it. I already went through UFC, no. I already went even through problems with MMA contracts and things like that before I even fought, which kind of sucked. So it delayed my debut, but it made me better ready. So hopefully we'll be hearing something about in the end of this event. I'll be able to announce where I'm competing next, which is very soon, and it's going to be very exciting.
How excited are you?
Well, I'm super excited. I'm actually having a hard time to stay locked in on this match, knowing that now my MMA match is about to come in, So stay professional, trained as all my jiu-jitsu trainings first, and then did MMA. My MMA trainings now towards the end, slow it down. It just kept as, what is it called? I just kept the momentum going, but not as intense as usually is. As soon as this match is done, I'm right back to it. And then, then full-on sparring, doing everything I need to do to prepare for the fight. But I'm super excited, honestly.
For you, how different is it training MMA from just training jiu-jitsu?
I mean, it's just a lot of extra stuff to worry about, I feel like coming from jiu-jitsu, we do have a little bit of an advantage as far as we train a lot like retards and we spar a lot for no reason. Every single day we have to have 5 rounds in each training. So it's 5 in the morning, maybe 5 later on. So we are always doing the sparring part of jiu-jitsu. So you're always grinding, always pulling, always starting. So I feel like that helps a little bit with like power, but at the same time, while you don't have the coordination, you just look a little bit retarded. So like I said, I've been training for about 3 years now. Things are starting to look better and better. I'm able to, keep my eyes open, be able to move my head better, getting my feet moving. Everything's coming out a little bit more naturally now. So, I can't wait. I can't wait to fight, honestly.
And the last one for me, obviously your grappling is going to be elite when you fight MMA, but what's the process of training boxing and striking and stuff like that?
Yeah, the boxing is probably one of the hardest parts for me because I didn't grow up watching boxing. I grew up watching MMA, Muay Thai even. Boxing wasn't anything like big on growing up in Brazil. So I feel very awkward to see like when it's only boxing alone. So I wouldn't box just yet. But kickboxing, Muay Thai, MMA, that feels pretty natural. If I can at least fake a kick, I can punch you a little bit better. Thank you, mate.
Just a quick one in the front right here. Just because I've been asking everyone that's come up here. This obviously the hot topic in jiu-jitsu now is the bad substances and everything. And everyone up here has been, especially like Nicky and Mikey, when they do these media days, that this partnership with the UFC is a good step in like getting rid of banned substances in the sport. I'm curious where you stand on that argument, and do you think like this is a good step to like rid the sport of banned substances?
I mean, for me, it's been a fight of mine, but it's not something that I try to yell out and be like, putting out there over and over again. For me, it sounds more like an excuse if I'm like, oh, this guy's on steroids. Like, who cares? If they don't get caught, then yeah, I'm just making stuff up, you know. Now, if we start testing, that would be great. At least we'll know for sure. At least close to the event. People got quite good, I feel like, at also passing through tests. Unless it becomes as strict as the UFC does, you know, USADA is going to be hitting your door for months before the match at any time. I think that would be very helpful for me, honestly. That would freaking add so much to me. Lately, that's been a big goal of mine, is working out like crazy. I've been doing 5 times a week from Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. First thing I do is go meet my coach at his house, and then we train and we prepare. I'm trying to get stronger, trying to get fitter. That way, if I ever fight anyone, there's definitely steroids, clearly, again, I'll be better ready, you know, better prepared than I've been in the past. Technically speaking, I don't think there's anybody out there that I'm like, this guy is going to kill me if I go him. But there is some guys definitely on some good stuff. They're like, Jesus Christ, how's this guy looking like a superhero right now? Yeah, but I'm with these boys. Yeah, I'm all for clean sport. Thank you, guys. Guys, have a good one.
Victor, front right here. Victor. All right. How you doing? I'm curious, you know, big match, big main event match for you. I'm curious, does this just feel bigger to you just knowing, you know, you're here at a UFC media day, you're talking to media that doesn't normally cover jiu-jitsu, usually cover MMA, but the UFC seems to really getting behind the sport, and obviously you being in the main event. I'm curious just how this week has, as a whole, has been like for you.
Definitely feels different. I think we train, we live for moments like this. We win tournaments, everything kind of like more in our niche of our sport, but having a chance to kind of like break out of that niche and be here today is something that we work really hard for, and I'm really excited, you know, just grateful. Nick is a tough opponent, and also what a good opponent for me to have this opportunity with, because he has a big brand. I think he's the most winning guy inside this promotion, so I think it's just a perfect opportunity for me.
Well, speaking of Nicky, obviously, he was in here, and he said, you know, he has a better understanding of the sport. He's not really putting too much emotion into this matchup as a whole. You obviously have a lot of experience and a lot of positive experiences against him in the matchup. So what are you expecting from Nicky when you do match up with him again?
He's a really smart competitor. I see him coming in trying something new. I can see him trying to do that, but I think I covered all bases on my training. I try to be really dynamic with my approach. I told somebody earlier that I have been on the FPI before as the lighter guy. I fought somebody 40 pounds heavier than I was. I fought somebody the same weight as me, and now I'm the heavier guy against him. So it will be something different, but I look forward to implement my game. I know he's sharp. He's coming off big wins. You know, he's a millionaire now, but he's also a dad. So there's 2 weights to it. So I look forward to see how that plays out and just have fun, put on a show, and represent my country and myself.
Have you seen an evolution in his skill set since your previous, like from your first time matching up with him to now? Have you seen a progression, or is he relatively kind of the same grappler as back then?
There was. It's funny because every time we competed, there was always something like, oh, I was just a blue belt and he's a world champion. Oh, in that match, I was just a purple belt and he was a world champion. So we faced each other as a black belts. And since then, I haven't seen any excuses from him. But although I'll give him credit, he has gotten way better in jiu-jitsu. I think our matches just got better and better. But for this one, I think it has a lot of potential, because I feel like he's more confident on his game lately. I think he got a few submissions on this past year, and I think that kind of like builds up on his game, and I think that will have him willing to go more for submissions and push the pace for this match. I think whenever he sees somebody like me that has more experience, you could say, like, I've been doing this for a longer time, he probably was holding back a little bit, so I see him being more bold for this matchup that we have tomorrow.
And just last one for me, because I've been asking everyone up here. The big hot topic in jiu-jitsu now is, the banned substances. Fighters like, or guys like you or Mikey and Nikki Rod, they've all been outspoken against it. And they said this partnership with the UFC is a good first step to kind of getting rid of the banned substance in the sport. I'm curious, what do you make of, do you think that is the first good step, and how long will it take to kind of wipe out banned substances in competitive jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, I think it's a good start. The main thing also with like the aspect of banned substances is in the jiu-jitsu, the most boring guys would be the one abusing it the most. So it would be like a mix of like bad fights and like a bunch of roided up dudes just like pushing each other around. So I see like these new faces of jiu-jitsu nowadays who we're standing for something, but also delivering entertainment on the mats. So I think that's pretty cool. And when it comes to that, it's about longevity as well. Nowadays we have really young people join the sport. So the more you push that narrative, I think the more toxic it is for the younger generations. And, we're here right now in the spotlight. We want to make sure to leave a good example for them. So I think that's my thought behind that, yeah. Thank you.
Victor, how disappointing were you? In the result of CJI last year? Everybody expected you and Nicky in the main event. Can you just talk about that?
Oh yeah, man, it was. I don't like to say hardship, but it was kind of hard. Like I lost there. I got injured. I was out of the mats for a while. I had my dad, family over from Brazil to kind of spend time and kind of like chill, and then my dad ended up having a heart attack. So made it even worse. So it was kind of like dark times, but I feel that's why I feel so grateful to be here today. Like I went through some hardships, but I feel good now. And I also thank Nicky for the opportunity because he's just off a big win. He's off a big moment. And to accept somebody that have you lose 3 times to face in a big stage somewhere where he hasn't lost yet, I think it takes a lot of courage, and props to him. But yeah, it definitely was a tough phase. But I think that's what it's about. Every champion, he goes through that, through those times, and you gotta, shine the light on you and push forward. And that's how I felt. I feel healthy. I feel good, and I look forward to show my newest version tomorrow.
This might be a silly question, but you've grappled him 3 times. You've beat him all 3 times. Do you think that is like in the back of his head a little bit?
I would think so, but I think both of us, him more lately, we strive for the submission. You know how much of an impact it is when you win by submission. I think from MMA, when you win by knockout versus when you win by split decision, there's a big influence there. So you always want to make sure that you're going to deliver the submission because you want to make a statement. So on our previous matches, we haven't submitted each other yet. So even though I have the wins, I think we have unsettled business, if you could say that. So I kind of have this feeling. I have won, like I like winning, but I think he also feels the same way, like, oh, he has beat me, but he hasn't submitted me yet. So I think that's kind of like what brings the fighter behind this match. Like I think we have more to prove. As I said, we haven't settled business, and I look forward to set it tomorrow.
And finally, for me, do you think the rule set for tomorrow favors you or him, or do you think it just does not matter?
I will be quite interested because if you end up going to the overtime, we actually never fought with scoring. I think a couple times we fought before, it was always just like submission only. So I think he's a guy that plays well with the points because of his wrestling background. He's really athletic. So if you had to favor somebody, maybe him. But yeah, I don't really care about it. As I said, I'm confident, but definitely the points behind it make it a little more trickier to face a wrestler and athletic guy like him.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, thank you guys.
Magomed, this has been an opportunity you have been chasing for a long, long time. Maybe that length was caused, in fact, by Alex Pereira, but now that it's finally here, how excited are you to finally fight for the title once again?
Ты очень долго охотился за этой возможностью. Возможно, что такое долгое время, потому что тебе не разрешал Перейра, не давал тебе эту возможность. Но теперь, когда у тебя эта возможность есть, когда ты в преддверии титула, какие ощущения?
Ощущение словами не описать. Мы так долго ждали этого боя, которого я заслуживал так долго. Около года я преследую за этим поясом. Но сейчас дали мне возможность биться за пояс. Я мотивирован. Этот бой будет совсем другим, необычным.
Can't even explain what I'm feeling right now. This has been a really long time that we've been hunting this belt. We've been waiting for this opportunity. Over a year, I think we've been asking for it. And now we're finally here. Now we have this opportunity. I'm 100% motivated, and this is going to be a very different fight.
Up until now, I think any of the comments made between you two have sort of been a little bit disrespectful, but with no real ill intent. And then over the last couple of days, Alex Pereira has taken offense at words you said about alcohol use, and he suggested that maybe you're using Ramadan as an excuse. Do those comments maybe put this fight in a different ray of light for you?
До последнего вы чуть-чуть переписывались на Твиттере и так далее, но все было как бы достаточно гуманно. Но в последнее время он, судя по всему, обиделся на то, что ты сказал про алкоголь. Еще он сказал, что возможно, что команда пользует Рамадан как отговорку. Вот эти вот последние высказывания, они перевели бой на какой-то более личный, чем раньше до этого был?
Мы никакую личность не перешли, мы просто сказали, что тебе нужно тренироваться, у тебя предстоит бой, он где-то на турнирах веселился, мы просто ему сделали такое. Наоборот, это для него, он должен был бы воспринять так, как поддержку, что мы переживаем за него. Но это его решение, так что это ему не на пользу.
Yeah, we weren't trying to make it personal or anything. We were just saying maybe we were worried about him, that he's kind of all over the place, all of these different UFC events and stuff like that. Maybe he should have taken it as us being worried about, him spending time doing something rather than being prepared for the fight. But whichever way he took it, it's up to him. It's not going to help and will make it worse.
And of course, obviously, there's been a lot of discussions about your strategy for this weekend. So can you just put us out of your misery? Are we striking or wrestling against Alex?
Ну и чуть-чуть проговорим про стратегию. Есть разные стратегии, которые ты можешь выбрать на этот бой, но давай подумаем, ты все-таки выйдешь в стойки или ты хочешь сразу его перевести?
Мы выйдем в стойки, а дальше уже посмотрим.
We'll come out there in the stand-up and then we'll see what happens.
Magomed, right here. A lot of people view Alex as maybe the biggest star the UFC has right now because he's active and he wins so exciting. And especially with Israel losing and Sean O'Malley losing, they might have lost some star power, but Alex is kind of viewed as like maybe the face of the promotion right now. I'm curious, have you felt that from his fans? Because they seem very vocal too, especially during fight week.
В данный момент, скорее всего, Алекс считается звездой номер один в этой компании, в этой лиге, потому что был Шон Омейли, он проиграл, был Израиль Десания, он проиграл, и поэтому теперь он как бы единственный, который, тащит на себе эту компанию. Как ты думаешь, сейчас очень много фанатов за него именно поэтому. Считаешь ли ты, что он самая большая звезда в этой компании?
На самом деле, на сегодняшний день можно сказать, что он большая звезда UFC. Но я думаю, его время уже пришло к концу, и у UFC будут новые звезды и новые чемпионы.
Yeah, you could say that maybe he's the biggest star in the UFC at this moment, but I think that maybe his time is up at this point, and now UFC is going to have new faces and new stars coming up.
Obviously, you felt that you had beaten Jan Blachowicz the first time you fought him for the undisputed title. Since that day, have you felt like the uncrowned champion, and maybe Alex and other people have been fighting for a belt that you felt you had won all the way back that time in December?
Тогда, когда был бой против Блаховича, ты считал, что ты заслуживал выиграть этот пояс и что ты был чемпионом, но тебе этот пояс не дали. Кажется ли тебе, что ты остался как королем без короны, и этот вот пояс, за который люди сейчас все это время дерутся, и пояс, который у Алекса, это пояс, который по-настоящему принадлежит тебе?
Так и было, но получилось так, что мне пояс не дали. как бывает без короны король. Это не так. Сейчас мы будем биться за настоящий пояс. Есть чемпион, есть претендент, и мы сейчас определим, кто по-настоящему чемпион.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think I did deserve to win that title, but I wouldn't say that on Crown King or whatever. Right now, we have a champion, we have a contender. We're fighting for an actual belt that's there. So we're gonna see who the real champion is.
When Alex put that tweet out where he made the bet for the 200K to charity, did you just kind of roll your eyes at it, knowing that you can't make a bet like that, but you would be willing to do something maybe offline for a charity?
Когда вышел вот этот твит насчет ставок, да, 200 тысяч, ты просто как бы закатил глаза по этому поводу, сказал, что ты же знаешь, что я не могу ставить ставки, это против моей религии, или ты сказал, что мы можем это сделать, но каким-то другим образом без ставок. Какие у тебя были мысли по этому твиту?
Ну, мы так четко и ясно выразили свою мысль в Твиттере. Как мусульмане мы не одобряем это ставки, и мы никогда не делаем ее. Если он хочет какое-то пожертвование сделать, у нас есть возможность, мы можем сделать это по-другому.
Yeah, we were really clear about it online. We said that, as Muslims, we cannot do bets, and that's not something that we support or that we look to do. However, we are happy to, if he wants to do something, any kind of charity or anything that he wants to do, we have the means to do it, and we're happy to partake in that.
He made a similar bet with Khalil Roundtree about no one shoot for a takedown. Let's make first one to shoot for a takedown has to donate to a charity or something like that. Why do you think he's making these bets? Is it just kind of to play mind games, or what do you think that it's all about?
Он то же самое, такие же предлагал ставки с Калилом Раунтри, что первый, кто попытается перевести другого, тот должен будет дать тоже какие-то там 200 тысяч или сколько-то на пожертвования. Почему ты думаешь, он все время пытается своему сопернику предложить какие-то ставки или какие-то споры такие? Это просто это ментальная война или почему он так делает?
Ну, я не знаю, какая война, но на меня не действуют никакие войны, которые он делает в интернете или какие-то разговоры. Ему предстоит биться со мной. А если он, повторюсь еще раз, если он хочет какое-то пожертвование сделать, мы можем это сделать по-другому. Так и передайте ему.
I don't know if it's mental warfare, whatever this warfare is, it doesn't work for me, so I have a fight against him. I don't care what he writes online or what he says online, what he tweets. I don't care about that. Again, I will repeat that. If he wants to do some sort of a charity donation, I'm willing and happy to do it. Tell him that.
Magomed over here. Magomed, you've discussed a little bit how you've had to change your fight week due to observing Ramadan. Can you just talk about some of the changes you've had to make specifically compared to your other fights in the past?
Ты говорил, что приходилось кое-какие изменения ввести в подготовку из-за того, что это Рамадан. Ты можешь проговорить, какие именно, что именно нужно было изменить для того, чтобы соблюдать Рамадан и все же быть готовым к этому бою?
Ну, если говорить о подготовке, мы подготовку прошли до Рамадана. В Рамадан получился именно та неделя, которой мне нужно попить много воды и весогонка. Для этого мне пришлось просто пропустить пару постов и чтобы войти в вес, попить много воды.
If we're talking about the training or the training camp, the preparation, that was done before Ramadan, so there was no issues with that. The only thing that we had to change is because the week of the fight is Ramadan, what I had to do is I had to break a couple of fasting sessions because I have to drink a lot of water in order for me to be able to make the weight. Other than that, everything is the same.
Thank you.
Oh, Magomed right here. Where are the signature sunglasses today?
Где твои очки, в которых ты всегда приходишь на пресс-конференции?
Сегодня тренер забрал у меня их.
The coach has taken them today. I don't know why.
And a guy that's been pretty, I guess, critical of Alex Pereira in the past, Jamal Hill's gone on record. He's picking you this weekend. He says he thinks you just have more ways to win. What are your thoughts on that?
Джамал Хилл, который очень часто критикует Перейру, выбрал тебя как победителя на этот бой, сказал, что у тебя намного больше оружия, которое ты можешь использовать для того, чтобы его победить. Какие мысли, потому что он тебе дал привилегии?
Но мнение людей меняется по-любому. Кто-то за меня, кто-то за него. Ну, что я могу сказать? Я могу сказать ему спасибо за то, что он выбрал меня.
People's opinions, they change. You know, some people think one way, some people think the other way. It changes, but what can I say? I guess thank you. Thank him for picking me.
Салам алейкум, Магомед. Сегодня, я не знаю, видел ты или не видел, Перейра снова высказался на твой счет по поводу того, что он видел в лобби отеля сумку с едой, которую тебе привезли, и обвинил тебя в том, что ты якобы не соблюдаешь Рамадан. Видел ли ты это и какая твоя реакция?
Alex Pereira today went on record saying that he saw in the hotel that there was food delivered for you to eat, which means that you do not fast. As you said, that you're not going according to what Ramadan is supposed to be. So what can you say about that?
Алейкум ассалам. Ну, мы видно же вот по этой суете, что он очень сильно переживает. У него в голове какие-то мысли непонятные. Ну, я понимаю его, он переживает. А так, насчет Рамадана, я еще раз повторюсь, мне пришлось отпустить пару постов. Это будет сегодня и завтра, получается, у меня 2 поста я пропускаю, а других моментов нету. А так, то, что он, конечно, он может видеть. У меня там сейчас, если даже посмотреть, открыт холодильник, там будет на мое имя еда. А если он захочет, пусть себе заберет.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously really worried about me and what I'm doing, and he seems to be nervous, so he's following all these things. And I mean, what can I say? I'll tell you again. I had to break the fast a couple times because there's something that I need to do in order to make the weight and in order to be prepared. So, you know, he seems to be way too concerned with that. I mean, even if he goes to a fridge right now and he opens the food and he'll see that there's food with my name on it, the UFC food that was given to me. If he wants, he can take it.
Эта нервозность, как ты говоришь, Алекс, и того, что он переживает за бой, это может быть твоим преимуществом?
The fact that he's seems to be pretty nervous and seems to be concerned about all these different things, do you think that it's going to be an advantage for you?
Ну, я не думаю, что из-за того, что он нервничает, преимущество. Я думаю, в его любом аспекте преимущество будет на моей стороне. Ну, я так думаю.
I don't think that it's this nervous energy of his that is going to be into my advantage. I think that I already have many more advantages for this fight.
И последнее от меня. В UFC все-таки любят медийных, открытых бойцов. Ты у американской, особенно аудитории, ассоциируешься с закрытым, суровым человеком. В случае, если ты станешь чемпионом, готов ли ты стать более медийным?
I know that in America specifically, they like, you know, loud, media-friendly fighters. You're more of kind of like a brooding, concentrated type of person. If you were to become a champion, are you willing to be a little more open and talkative with the media?
Скажу так, да, я понимаю, что я мало выкладываю в интернете или показываю себя мало, но медийным быть, делать какие-то дурные вещи, чтобы люди посмотрели, я не собираюсь. А так как человек, как на самом деле, какой я, наверное, скорее всего, буду показывать дальше.
You know, I understand that it's important to be open with the media and stuff like that. I don't really do that much. I don't really post too much on social media and things like that. But you know, when it comes to being a little more open, to do what? To post some silly stuff on the internet just for the people to like you or something? That's not something that I'm going to do. But if I'm going to be a champion, I'm going to try and be, you know, a little more open and aware of the media.
Спасибо, хорошего боя.
Okay, hello. What type of feelings do you think Alex Pereira is going to give you when you look right through his eyes? What do you think is going to happen? And in how many rounds do you see the fight is going to end? Thank you so much.
Какие чувства ты думаешь будешь испытывать, когда у тебя будет возможность посмотреть прямо в глаза Перейре? И сколько раундов ты думаешь продлится этот бой?
Мы не можем сказать, сколько раундов продлится бой, но я буду с первого раунда охотиться за финишем.
I don't know how many rounds the fight is going to go, but from the very first round, I will try and find a finish.
The look in Pereira's eyes, what do you think he's going to feel?
А насчет взгляда, посмотреть прямо ему в глаза, как ты думаешь, что ты будешь испытывать, когда посмотришь прямо в нем в глаза?
Что я могу испытывать в глазах человека, который хочет биться со мной? Наоборот, злость, наверное, как описать, даже не знаю. Злость, скорее всего.
What can I feel looking in the eyes of a man who wants to fight me and keep his championship? Maybe anger? I'm not sure. What can I say? I don't know how to describe it.
Ignacio in the front, right here. Obviously, the last time we saw you had that big event at the Sphere in September. So I'm curious, or how's life been since then, like in terms of fan attention, just life at home and everything?
Yeah, no. Honestly, it's been a bless. My life is beautiful right now. I have my baby. It's going to be 7 months, the 9th. My wife, she's the best. She's the MVP of every camp. She's the MVP. And now I'm so blessed. I'm living my dream. I've been dreaming about this since I'm 4 years old, 5 years old. And it's happening right now. And the fun thing and the thing who make me more excited is it's just half of my dream. It's just half. It's a lot more to come, and I know it's coming.
After your win at the Sphere, you said you had to go home, and you knew what was waiting for you, just baby duty and everything. So how's that situation been before you got into fight camp?
Yeah, whenever I got back from Noche, I think I didn't left the house for 2 weeks. Yeah, I was on my it was so beautiful. Like it made me emotional because it was so beautiful how much time I could spend with my kid, and it's something like men don't talk too much. Like I always told my wife, you got the hardest job in the world. You gotta take care of a human, but nobody talk about the dads. Like whenever they gotta leave in the morning, leaving the kid and the wife, losing those beautiful times. Like whenever he started saying "papa," whenever he started moving or doing something funny. So it's hard. So having those times and be able to have time with my kid is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Has it changed how you approach the fight game at all in terms of camp and everything?
For sure. I'm way more mature in every aspect of my life. Like as a fighter, as a human being, I'm better in every way.
And you're one of the taller lightweights in the division. You're fighting a guy that you can look directly at his eyes without looking down in Jalin Turner. So when his name came across your desk, what did you think when you got Jalin as an opponent?
I love it. Since I got into the UFC, I knew I was going to fight him. Just because he's tall, I'm tall. So every time they were saying, he's the tallest in the division, and then the other commenter said, what about Ignacio Bahamondes? He's tall too. He's 6'3" too. So I knew it was going to happen. I was ready for it. I thought it was going to be before the fight, whenever in Noche, we asked for him. The fight didn't go, but now, as soon as I get out of the cage, I talked to Sean Shelby and told him Jalin Turner, he's next. I want to be on the top 15.
He had that fight against Gamrot that he thought he won. He had that war against Dan Hooker. And, if he didn't walk away from Renato Moicano when he dropped him, maybe he would have won that fight. So I'm curious, what are you expecting from Jalin? Because we haven't seen him since that fight against Renato.
Look, Jalin whenever I got to this promotion, I said I want to fight the best in the world. That's my whole goal. Fight the best in the world. And I think Jalin is one of the best of the world. He's top 13 of the world. So he is a good opponent. I like the way this fight is going on, and this fight is going to be that night because nobody knows what's going to happen. But I'm ready to give everything like I always do, and I'm looking for the finish every time.
And another, outside of this fight, your teammate Bilal Muhammad finally has a fight coming up in May. What's it been like seeing him getting back in camp?
It's kind of like a big pressure for me right now because I'm the first one fighting this year in BFS in the UFC. So, and we already got a lot of fights scheduled. We got Jair, we got Bilal, we got Chalk Buffalo, we got Gerald Mershek. Any fight this year. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be the first one with the torch. So I gotta do it good. I gotta do it good for the team, for the family, and I'm ready.
And then last one for me, Bilal was at the press conference in Montreal, and he said that he had the best striking, the best wrestling, the best gas tank, and everything. A lot of fans maybe rolled their eyes when they heard Bilal say that, but you see him every day in camp. So is that true? Do you think Bilal is the best striking and everything in the welterweight division?
Dude, I don't know what he got. But he got something. He got something. Like you don't understand how tough and how hard is Bilal's pressure till you have it in front of you. Like, you can talk a lot watching videos, you can talk a lot seeing fights, but whenever you have him in front of you, he's a problem. That's why he's the champ.
¿Qué tal, Ignacio? ¿Cómo estás? Bueno, qué gusto verte nuevamente. Preguntarte, este adversario que te toca este fin de semana, ¿tú crees que va a ser el oponente más difícil que hayas tenido hasta ahora?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sí, claro. Siempre mi siguiente pelea es la más dura de mi vida, es mi oponente más duro, porque así lo busco. Siempre quiero estar apuntando alto, apuntando hacia el cielo. Entonces siempre quiero que la siguiente pelea sea un desafío más grande que la anterior. Y siempre eso, ando cazando desafíos.
De ganar este fin de semana, Jalin, ¿cómo te ves tú ya ingresando al ranking? ¿Qué es lo siguiente para Ignacio?
Mira, me emociono, se me pone la piel chinita porque yo ya lo soñé, yo ya soñé esto, yo ya viví esto, lo visualicé, yo sabía que iba a pelear con Jalin Turner, sé que le voy a ganar y vienen cosas grandes para el deporte, no solo en mi país, en Chile, sino que en toda Latinoamérica, México, Argentina, Brasil, todo Sudamérica está unida para esta pelea, entonces estoy feliz de poder abrir las puertas y Dios mediante poder llevar un UFC a Chile o a Sudamérica.
Justamente eso, mandar un saludo para toda la gente chilena que está siguiendo tu carrera y por supuesto toda la gente sudamericana que sigue día a día tus entrenamientos y tus peleas.
No, nada más que decir que gracias a toda mi gente latina, a mi chileno, a mi latinoamericano, mexicano, por todo el apoyo. Siempre cada post o cada cosa que sube el UFC se llena de cosas chilenas, se llena de vamos jaula, te apoyamos desde Argentina, te apoyamos desde México, te apoyamos desde Colombia, desde Ecuador. Entonces, eso me llena de alegría porque siento que me mandan su ki, me mandan su poder y yo sé que ese día cuando esté saliendo, cuando esté caminando hacia la jaula este sábado, todos van a estar con sus manos levantadas hacia la televisión para darme su poder, mandarme su ki y poder hacer la genkidama más grande del mundo.
Sí, total, en Ecuador te seguimos muchísimo, así que un saludo para ti.
No, ahí Ecuador, ahí tengo un amigo de Ecuador, José Ignacio, ahí un saludo también.
Ignacio, aquí, ¿cómo estás? Gusto saludarte nuevamente. Una vez me dijiste que cuando naciste tu primera pijama fue un gi. ¿Ya se lo compraste a tu bebé también?
Sí, mira, la verdad es algo mucho más profundo que eso porque yo salí del hospital con un traje de karate, ¿verdad? Pero ese traje de karate lo confeccionó mi papá con sus propias manos. O sea, no lo llevó, no lo compró de una tienda, no lo compró hecho, sino que él lo confeccionó con sus manos, el que me hizo a mí. Y ahora que nació mi bebé, mi papá tuvo la oportunidad de poder venir a verlo cuando nació con mi hermano y le trajo un gi hecho por sus manos también, como su papá. Entonces ya él ya también tiene su gi, ya tiene su traje de karate también como su papá.
Ahora dices que todo lo que estás viendo lo visualizaste. Y recuerdo que años atrás, en otras situaciones, me comentabas que tu sueño era pelear en Las Vegas en el UFC. Estás cumpliendo tu sueño, obviamente.
Sí, claro, por eso te digo, y mucha gente me dice, ¿por qué, Nacho, no te cuesta el corte de peso? ¿Por qué te veo tan feliz? Andáis siempre sonriendo en Fight Week, toda la gente del UFC, del staff me dice, y le digo, es que este es mi sueño. Este es mi sueño, estar aquí, ser parte de Fight Week, estar y pelear. Es mi sueño desde muy chico. Soñaba este momento y está pasando ahora y eso me llena de alegría. Entonces, cada vez que llego a Fight Week es como fiesta para mí. Estoy viviendo mi sueño. Yo siempre quise estar aquí en estos momentos, estar con ustedes aquí mirándome y preguntándome cosas, siempre quise esto y le agradezco a Dios de que me dé la oportunidad, la salud y la buena gente en mi camino para poder llegar a donde estoy ahora.
Last one for me. Chile se representan dentro del octágono contigo. ¿Cómo ves Chile a nivel latinoamericano en cuanto a MMA? Argentina vemos que tiene varios participantes. Chile parece que venía en ascenso, pero creo que se estancó. ¿O cómo lo ves tú?
Mira, ahora con todo lo que está pasando y ahora con mis peleas y eso ha crecido mucho el deporte en Chile. Talento hay de sobra. Yo tengo hermanos pequeños, sobrinos que vienen, pero yo los miro y digo, ¿de dónde? ¿Cómo son tan buenos a la edad que tienen? O sea, a la edad que yo tenía, yo no era así de bueno. Entonces, hay talento, hay un montón de talento, y no solo en Chile, en toda Latinoamérica, para competir con todo el mundo, no solo entre latinoamericanos, competir con todo el mundo. Lo estoy demostrando yo, aquí hay un chileno compitiendo con peleadores de todo el mundo, demostrando que los latinos y los chilenos peleamos con todo y peleamos duro y ganamos la victoria.
One more. Hi, Ignacio. Hola, Ignacio. Te saludo desde Ecuador. It's very good for us to having you here. You are very popular in Ecuador too. People also in Ecuador is knowing about Albert, your brother.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Okay, so what are you expecting of the fight? Because you have both similar styles. What are your strategies to win? O como se diría en español, ¿cuáles son tus como cartas debajo de la mesa ahí para ganar esta pelea? Muchas gracias.
I'm gonna go in English first.
Okay.
So I think the ways for me to win this fight is right away pressure him, put him against the cage, get my pace going, right away start bothering him with little stuff, so like that he will like overreact and finish the fight. Ahora en español. Bueno, la manera que me gustaría, que opino yo que se va a llevar que me voy a llevar la victoria sería empezando la pelea y luego a ganar el ritmo de la pelea. Yo poner el ritmo de mi pelea, no el de él. Entonces, ponerlo contra la jaula, ponerlo en su pie trasero, que esté siempre defendiendo y así esperar cualquier momento que él cometa un error y poder tomar la ventaja.
Hi, guys.
Good. Well, Rafael, in the front, right here. Right here. It's obviously, it's been a while since we last saw you. The last time we saw you in a fight, you got hurt, and then it's been the last several months, I feel like you've been calling for fights, asking why people aren't calling you out, but now you have an opportunity to rematch Justin Gaethje. So I guess how's the last week been since not having a fight to now getting to rematch Justin on such a big card?
Oh, all this time I waiting the fights, waiting some call-outs, and I see nobody. So I make my decision. I have to look my weight. I have to check my weight every day, watch my weight, and stay in shape maximum how I can. And I believe maybe I go to short notice because like nobody fight.
Did the UFC give you a reason why they weren't giving you a fight, or were they just waiting for the right name to approach them?
UFC, Joe? Honestly, no. No, I don't hear nothing from them. I'm just waiting and something from them all of this time. Yeah. I'm just saying to my manager like, hey, like if you have some message from UFC, don't ask me. Like I say yes for you for everybody. Top 15, top 10, not rankings, debut guy or somebody. Like just don't ask me. Like say yes, I'm ready for. I just wanna go fight.
And I'm sure you've seen the interview of Justin said the fight against you and the fight against Michael Chandler, maybe he had a safer approach to fighting, and he said that wasn't the right decision. A lot of fans are expecting him to be the old chaotic Justin Gaethje in there. So I'm curious, what type of Justin are you expecting on Saturday?
Doesn't matter. I like Justin who go forward, who make the house in a octagon. I like that, and I wait that from the first fight. But I'm going to the war, but he going to the win, and yeah, if he go like that, is make me more happy. More yeah. I'm just you telling me now, and like oh wow, now I'm more excited.
Dan Hooker predicted that when he had this fight that the winner, he said the winner and loser are probably both going to the hospital. Obviously, now you're filling in for Dan. So are you expecting the same thing? Both you and Justin are probably in for a hospital visit after this fight.
Maybe. But hospital here, last time I go, this hospital is so crazy. We just staying in queue like how many? 4 hours, and we don't do anything. We go, I tell like, hey, I don't want to stay here anymore. We go home, you know. So I don't want to go hospital this time. But it's true words. It's true words. When people like me and Justin going to the octagon, we always from the octagon have to go to some pharmacy.
Last one for me. Justin also said that, Islam is looking for new names, and if he beats you, maybe he could get a title shot like when Dustin beat Benoit, he got to fight Islam. Mm-hmm. Are you viewing that too? Like if you beat Justin, maybe you get slotted into a number one contender fight and possibly fighting for the title next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good one. It's good, yeah. Of course, Islam, he almost fight everybody already in the top 5. So some new guys, it's going to be good.
Rafael, this is one of the longer layoffs of your career. Are you worried about ring rust at all?
Типа долго, не? Sometimes yes, sometime I'm thinking like, oh, I very miss that. And sometime when we very miss for something, and when we try it first time, after a long time, it's going to be good. Yeah. Maybe not easy, but always gonna be good. For me, it's like I very miss for that, very. And I know myself. Like every time when I'm not trained long time, and first day I come back to training, I'm do like very nice training, and I feeling good, and I'm really enjoyed. So and this time I believe it's going the same. I'm really enjoyed, and with good energy. I miss that so much.
Were you ever offered a rematch against Gamrot?
Yeah. They give me a rematch against Gamrot. The match February 1st in Saudi Arabia, and I say yes, let's go. But after everything changed, it's the same. Like sure, you fight February 1st against Gamrot. So I'm say yes, let's go. And like after a few days or 1 week, I see he start to call out some Paddy Pimblet or somebody, and I think, oh my God, what happened? Like how it's happened? Like we have fight. So I'm ready. Before.
Do you find it kind of funny that technically he has the win over you, but you got this fight over Gamrot?
Oh, this is a justice, I think, because he not gonna fight me on February 1st. Yeah, and I'm taking this chance now.
Рафаэль, здравствуйте. Саят, здравствуйте. Скажи, пожалуйста, считаешь ли ты себя самым опасным соперником для Ислама Махачева в легком весе? Если да, то почему?
Я считаю себя опасным соперником для любого. И не только для ислама. Я считаю себя опасным для любого, кто напротив меня стоит. Я иногда думаю, что если я с собой буду драться, как я буду драться? Ой-ой-ой. Потому что я знаю себя. Я всегда буду вперед идти. Меня сломать будет очень-очень-очень сложно в бою. И я знаю, что я вперед до конца буду идти, драться и искать ключи для победы.
И еще вопрос от меня. Сейчас месяц Рамадан. Как справляешься с нагрузками, гонять вес? Получается ли все, или это дополнительные сложности создает?
Ну, это мой первый бой в месяц Рамадан. Я, конечно, всегда делал все для того, чтобы подраться либо до, либо после Рамадана. Потому что для меня намного важнее в этот месяц оставаться близким к Богу и делать то, что я должен делать в своей религии. Но иногда бывает такое, что мы не можем отказаться, потому что это такой... Все-таки эти бои, они как бы требуют быть готовым иногда драться в любое время. Поэтому я сейчас не пощусь, потому что я нахожусь в пути, я далеко от дома, я не могу даже поститься, потому что мне и вес гонять надо, все дела вот эти. Вот, поэтому после неделю я пропущу, но потом я это все восполню, и на следующий же день после боя я планирую поститься, поэтому вот так вот.
Спасибо за ответ, удачи.
Спасибо.
Rafael over here. Obviously, you're coming off the bad injury against Gamrot in September of 2023. I know you just mentioned you missing being inside the cage during this long time, but are there any things in your mentality that maybe changed during this long layoff, or just anything you reflected on during this long layoff that changed your perspective on something?
Что там поменялось? Change, что? Против Гамрута? Против Гейджа? Oh yeah, I think I'm learned from first fight. Like I don't have to follow emotions. No have to follow your character. Sometimes have to forget about your character and stay cold. Yeah, and follow game plan.
Awesome. And obviously, your opponent, he's coming off a war and a knockout loss against Max last year. Given how that fight went, do you see him being any more vulnerable to anything you throw his way, or do you think we'll see just the same version of him every time he steps in?
I think I don't think it's changed him. It's tough, yeah. It's hard. I think it's very hard to come back after knockout like he have, but he do it all his life. I think he sit in a home, think about that, forget about that, and come back to camp and training and come back to fights.
Awesome. And last one for me, obviously, the fans have seen you throw out some unique call-outs at times, even talking to Hasbulla after your fight. Do you think we'll see any of that this weekend if it goes your way, or is that all behind you now?
Yeah, this week I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking what I do after this fight. I'm prepared something funny, something you like, guys.
Rafael, back here to your left. Taking the fight on short notice, having a limited window for preparation, how much time were you able to allocate to actually putting together a game plan for Justin?
After first fight, I'm always think like what happened on this fight, why it's going like that, and I know why and what. So not big deal to change some to build some game plan, because I already have good game plan against him, and this time I just have to follow that.
So you're expecting a pretty similar encounter with him?
Yeah, like Justin said, he wanna make house. He wanna come back for old Justin. Yeah, well, who know? Man, that's T-Mobile Arena, many people, and when I saying like, oh, I have to fight like cold brain, cold blood, like follow game plan. When I say that, I'm thinking like, Rafa, you sure that to do that? This is like this is what you can do. Maybe you again go forward and making the war in the octagon. So hard to say.
Is there an advantage for yourself to taking a camp or taking a fight with no camp?
I think all this week I'm thinking about that. Normally, when I'm come to fight week after long camp, after a hard camp, I'm tired. I just want to fight and I want to finish all of that and go rest. But now I now have all this. I now have all camp and I'm not tired. I'm just come fresh. I just have to make weight, and yeah, this time I now have this feeling like, oh, I want to finish that and go home. I'm tired like from all of this, because long camp. But this time I'm like, ooh, now, ooh, so good energy.
Thank you.
Rafa, when you look back at that first fight with Justin, do you think more it was the strategy you went in with, or was it more the decisions you make when you're actually in the middle of the fight in the cage?
It's my decision. It's my decision during a fight, because, like I said, I follow my emotions. I hear the arena. I hear how people screaming when we have some action, and I hear my corners. They're saying like, "Hey, move, step back. No need to go forward much." And but I thinking inside, I thinking like, "No, man, like, no, guys, look, like the arena is going crazy. Let's." It's a bonus, and I want a arena screaming more. So that's what I think on the fight.
Thank you.
Привет, Рафаэль. Первый вопрос. Сколько стадий в своей голове ты прошел, когда получил звонок от UFC и решил для себя, что да, я хочу подраться с Гейджи за 1,5 недели до боя?
Да, я не решал ничего, мне только сказали, такой, о, конечно, давай, я сразу запишу себя, я дам свое имя, и я даже ничего не думал, никаких стадий не было. Я сразу захотел это, и такой шанс против такого бойца, как Джастин, это мечта, я думаю, для любого бойца. Поэтому я когда это услышал только, я сразу свое имя дал. Я, конечно, не верил в то, что он согласится, потому что о чем? Он меня один раз уже выиграл, для чего ему со мной еще раз драться, еще один шанс. Да. Но я не раздумывал, я думал, да, я дам свое имя, я не верю в то, он согласится, но если он согласится, когда он согласился, когда мне сказали, что все, пакуй вещи, ты едешь в Америку, я так счастлив был, я так радовался. Да, и до сих пор радуюсь. Когда я его увидел здесь, его тренера первый раз, вот вчера, я ему руку подошел, пожал, говорю, эй, мэн, говорю, спасибо, у меня сегодня день рождения, и я говорю, за подарок на день рождения спасибо, я считаю это подарком на день рождения, то, что подраться с тобой еще раз, для меня это как подарок.
С днем рождения, кстати, надеюсь, лучший подарок ты себе сделаешь в субботу вечером. Но, тем не менее, смотри, ты на 10-дневном уведомлении выходишь, ты летел через полмира сюда в Вегас, и тем не менее ты считаешься фаворитом у букмекеров. Тебя удивляет такой расклад?
Да, меня это удивляет. Меня это и в первый раз удивляло, когда я был фаворитом. Меня всегда удивляет, когда меня фаворитом ставят. Да, мне, наверное, больше по душе, когда я андердог, когда там люди не верят в меня. Но обычно выходит так, что вокруг меня люди верят очень много в меня. Поэтому это хорошо. Наверное, я просто неплохой боец.
Смотри, ты отсутствовал больше года, за это время в дивизионе много что поменялось. Считаешь ли ты, что у тебя шанс прям с 2 ног ворваться в титульную гонку?
Думаю, да, потому что победа над таким бойцом, она и он топ-3, да, это большое заявление, это много дорог откроются после этого, поэтому да, конечно же.
Тебя тут спрашивали про Ислама Махачева, но если в случае победы тебя решат свести в претендентском бое с Арманом Царукяном, как ты к этому отнесешься и согласишься ли ты на такой бой?
Ну, мы об этом уже разговаривали, как бы. Мы об этом уже разговаривали, я об этом думал. Да, в претендентский бой, я думаю, да.
Ты говорил, что в бою Майкана и Махачева болел за Рената. Можешь расшифровать эти слова? И видел ли ты хоть какие-то шансы у Рената на победу?
Ну, не совсем болел, но мне как бы я не за обоих их не болел. Да, поэтому не совсем болел. Но я просто хотел, знаешь, чтобы посмотреть больше раундов. Ну, что-то наподобие боя против Дастина Порье. Ну, чтобы просто больше посмотреть чемпиона в деле. Потому что чемпион есть чемпион. Да, он там выигрывает всех в первом раунде, но хочется посмотреть его дольше, хочется посмотреть, чтобы ему кто-то его понапрягал, да. Вот, а этого не случилось.
Еще один про Джастина. Последний его бой завершился с Максом зарубой на последних секундах. Если бой дойдет до последних 10 секунд последнего раунда, ты готов будешь показать на центр октагона и также замахаться с ним?
Почему нет? Почему нет? Если все будет идти так, как шло, и так, как шло в нашем первом бою, если у нас будет такая заруба, и почему бы нет, это круто, люди любят это. Если люди любят, то и я это еще больше люблю.
И последний от меня. Сейчас Илья Топурия заходит в лайтвейт. И ты не думал о том, чтобы провести бой с ним? Потому что стилистически, мне кажется, вы вдвоем могли бы устроить хорошее шоу.
Это хорошо для этого веса. Этот вес самый опасный вес. Наш вес самый опасный вес, самый конкурентный вес. Весь мир находится около 70 килограмм мужчины. Поэтому у нас большая конкуренция. И у нас реально там, на кого ни посмотри, все опасные ребята. Топ-15 все мощные ребята. А за топ-15 там еще тоже мощные ребята сидят. Поэтому еще одна звезда в этом весе, это очень хорошо для нас. Вот. А насчет боя против него, то я думаю, что когда два ударника встречаются хорошего уровня, это всегда интересно. Вот.
Спасибо большое, удачи в бою.
Спасибо.
The front right here. Obviously, another big fight for you, another former title challenger, another top 10 fighter. So I'm curious, just how's camp been? How's fight week been? Just the emotions entering another fight against a fellow Brazilian.
Mais uma luta grande para você, né? Mais uma mina ranqueada, mais uma ex-desafiante do cinturão. Queria saber um pouquinho como é que está sendo essa semana de luta, como foi camp e como é que foram as coisas.
Isso é muito bom. É sinal que eu estou com moral, com a organização, né, com o patrão. E eu estou aproveitando bastante cada momento da semana. Para mim, isso é a parte mais importante é essa, é aproveitar a perda de peso, aproveitar o media day, tudo mesmo, aproveitar bastante.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign that the company is liking what I'm putting out there. So if they're giving me better opponents, it's a good sign. About fight week, I'm just trying to take one step at a time. Just enjoy media day now. I'm gonna enjoy my weight cut. Just do everything focused at that moment and try to make the best out of everything.
Well, I noticed the UFC added you to the video game in the latest update. So I'm curious, do you, and another big name like you said, so do you feel the push from the UFC behind you lately as opposed to earlier in your career?
Você acabou de ser adicionado também no jogo de videogame, né? Então você está sentindo que o UFC realmente está tentando dar uma empurradinha em você assim para o público?
Sim, sim, com certeza. Fico até feliz, na verdade. Eu até brinco. Rapaz, eu saio até mais bonito no videogame. Mas estou muito feliz. Isso é um bom sinal que a organização está colocando credibilidade em mim. Então, com certeza, eu vou dar o meu máximo para dar retorno para a organização.
Oh, for sure. It's been pretty clear that they're trying to push me, and I'm gonna try to do my best to retribute, and just make sure that they get their money's worth with me. And about the video game, it's pretty cool. Like I even think she's looking a lot better than me in person, but that's good. I think the better version of Iasmin is there at the game, and that's what it's gonna be at everybody's home.
Have you got to play as your character yet?
Já chegou a jogar o jogo com você?
Ainda não. Eu falei até que eu ia comprar. Eu ganhei já ali, já me deram ali, e eu vou comprar o videogame para me jogar, né? Isso é muito irônico, que há 2 anos atrás eu não tinha condição de jogar, de comprar um jogo, e hoje eu estou no jogo, ganhei o jogo, agora eu vou comprar só o videogame para mim jogar bastante, e eu tenho certeza que meu irmão vai amar, e eu vou botar ele para me jogar, com certeza.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how things are, because 2 years ago I wouldn't have the finances to even get a video game. So now I just did some motion capture upstairs. They gave me the disc and the game. So hopefully after the fight I go and get myself a PS5 and take it back home. Let my brothers play with my character and everything. So it's a interesting circle how things are.
And in terms of the actual fight against Amanda, were you happy when they came to you with her name? Because she's only lost to former champions, current champion, and then Verna, who a lot of people think should be fighting for the title soon.
O que você achou quando vieram com o nome de Amanda Lemos para você, né? Porque a Amanda só perdeu para campeãs, ex-campeãs e recentemente para Verna, que todo mundo disse que devia estar lutando pelo cinturão.
Sim, sim. Rapaz, quando eu recebi a proposta de lutar com a Amanda Lemos, eu não pensei 2 vezes. É uma grande oportunidade, eu sei que é uma grande adversária, mas eu estou tentando levar para o lado mais esportivo. Não estou trazendo essa responsabilidade para mim. Sábado eu só quero chegar lá e mostrar o meu trabalho. E quando fecha a porta do octógono, não tem mais nome, é só eu e ela. E pronto, não é a Iasmin Lucindo e a Amanda Lemos, é 2 lutadoras querendo o mesmo, que é a vitória.
Yeah, she's a big name, and I'm trying my best not to think too much about that aspect of things. Where she has fought everybody, and the people that have beat her were really at the top of the division. But I'm trying, just like fight week, just taking one step at a time. Now, whenever the door closes, it's not gonna be my ranking number against her. It's not going to be Iasmin against Amanda. It's going to be two fighters trying to do their best, and I'm hoping that I can come out the winner.
And last one for me, she's high up on the record books in the strawweight division. Second most finishes, most knockdowns, second most knockouts, but she's also lost by submission a few times. So is it past the victory that simple? Just take her down, submit her, or do you see other aspects of her game that you can take advantage of?
É interessante que a Amanda ela tá no recorde da divisão em alguns aspectos, tipo mais knockdowns, foi quem nocauteou mais, mas em compensação também foi finalizada bastante. Você acha que isso meio que dita o que a luta vai ser? Assim, uma luta que o caminho para ganhar é levar para o chão ou é mais complexo do que isso?
É mais complexo que isso, que na verdade essa luta não vai falar sobre a Amanda, mas sim sobre mim, sobre me superar e principalmente vou ter a oportunidade de mostrar o meu strike contra uma das top strike da categoria. Então isso é uma grande oportunidade, mas eu não tiro a possibilidade de levar ela para o chão e procurar finalização. Inclusive eu sou MMA. O que eu tiver a oportunidade de fazer lá, eu não vou hesitar, eu vou fazer sim.
It's a little bit more complex than that. Amanda is a fantastic striker. She's one of the best strikers in the division, without a doubt. But this is a fight where I must overcome myself. We know what Amanda does, but it's about Iasmin Lucindo becoming better than she was the day before. And that's the big thing. I think end of the day, I'm trying to prove myself. And Amanda is a fantastic fighter, but end of the day, I am MMA. I am a striker, I'm a grappler, I'm a wrestler. I am whatever the fight calls me to be.
Iasmin, right here in the back. Iasmin. I was wondering, with all the talk of Wei Li moving up potentially to challenge for the flyweight title, how important is it to make a statement to show her that, hey, you do still have work here at 115 pounds?
Agora com esse papo de Weili Zhang subindo, né, para 5-7, para desafiar o cinturão de 5-7, você acha que uma vitória forte em cima da Amanda pode ser uma coisa para de repente mostrar para ela, falar, peraí que tu ainda tem trabalho aqui no 5-2, não vai embora ainda não?
Sim, mas ela ainda tem trabalho na divisão, viu? Tem Virna, tenho certeza que Virna vai ser a próxima campeã. Em relação ao meu trabalho, eu posso dizer que eu não estou com pressa. Tenho certeza que sábado eu vou dar trabalho a Amanda Lemos e as minhas próximas adversárias também, não importa quem for, se for Elzeng, se for quem for, eu vou estar preparada.
Yeah, Weili really shouldn't be overlooking the division because she has a very difficult task ahead of her with Verna. Verna is going to be the next champion. I can guarantee that. And I'm still young. I have time. I know that whoever they put in front of me, I'm going to bring a fight to them. But now the focus has to be 100% on Amanda, and she's got a fight on her hands on Saturday.
Thank you.
Iasmin, just one right here for me. Ever since you had that war with Iasmin Jauregui in your debut, you've become a must-watch for a lot of people and their fights fans. So obviously the backing behind you was just mentioned earlier, but even that debut fight was on a main card in an arena, and now you find yourself on the pay-per-view portion of the big card. Do you think that belief in your skill set and what you represent was there from the very beginning from the UFC? And how does it feel to receive that backing now from the matchmakers and the promotion?
Você, desde o começo, participou de cards grandes, né? Logo, tua primeira luta com a outra Iasmin foi num card principal, num card pay-per-view. Você acha que o UFC coloca essa fé toda em você desde o começo? Ou, de repente, foi aquela luta que mostrou, opa, tem alguma coisa diferente nessa menina?
Eu acho que foi aquela luta que mostrou o meu diferencial. Eu acredito que aquela noite foi para ser da Iasmin, mas eu acho que eu surpreendi não só o público, mas sim ela, o mundo todo. Eu recebi a luta com 20 dias para se preparar e bater o peso, e fui lá, fiz, e mostrei muita garra, determinação, e lutei até o fim. Então, foi ali que mostrou o meu diferencial, e foi ali que foi a chave.
I think the big push from the UFC, or the understanding that I can be something different, came from the fight with Iasmin. I took that fight on 20 days notice. The main concern, the only concern at that point, was making weight. Everything else came second, because I know that was my only job. That the only thing that I signed for was I have to make weight, and that was the whole focus of the camp. And even still, considering all that, we put on a heck of a fight, and I believe that I showed them that there's something special here.
Obrigado.
Hi. You both are from the same country, so wherever it's going to happen, you will feel like still the connection because it's the same. You both representing Brazil, right?
Vocês duas são do Brasil, né? Você acha que tem uma conexão? Como que é essa situação de estar lutando com a brasileira mesmo, né? O ranking sendo inteiro brasileiro.
Na verdade, é o jogo, é o game, o que acontece, é o que tem que o que tem que acontecer é isso. Mas pelo outro lado é muito bom. Eu gosto de dividir o octógono também com as brasileiras e mostrar que a gente pode ali se enfrentar e mostrar que a gente está no jogo e a gente está ali para dominar a categoria.
On one sense, it's tough because only we know the struggles and how much it takes for someone with our background to get to this stage. It's not easy. We're women from the countryside of Brazil, the middle of nowhere, that got to this stage. And whenever you beat someone, you're passing them or putting them behind you. It's a tough thing to deal with in some sense. But on the other hand, just look at the rankings. All of us are doing such an amazing job, and if we're facing each other at this level, just means that we're special and we did a lot, and we are the cream of the crop for being here in the UFC, and the Brazilians are dominating the rankings at strawweight. That just shows that we're different and we're doing better than any other country.
Testy microphone. Go Birds. Go Birds.
Ruffy.
José aqui.
Front.
José.
Right. Obviously, after your last performance, I think a lot of fans and media expected big names, big things for you in your next fight. I know you wanted Benoit next, but you got Bobby King Green or whatever he's calling himself. Were you happy with the name and just, the placement on this card as a whole?
Eu acho que depois da tua última performance, muitas pessoas já pensavam assim, agora vem grandes nomes na frente dele. Todo mundo já estava esperando nisso. Então, você chamou o Benoit Saint-Denis. Mas acabaram vindo com Bobby Green, King Green, seja lá como ele está chamando ele. Só estou dizendo. Como é que você se sente isso? Como é que ficou quando você recebeu esse nome para lutar?
Cara, primeiro eu estou muito feliz aí com a oportunidade que o UFC está me dando. Dana White, Hunter, Shane Shelby, muito obrigado. Pô, é uma luta que eu queria, falava com a minha equipe desde a minha estreia. Eu falei, na minha segunda luta já vou pedir o Green. Não veio na segunda, mas veio na terceira. Eu estou muito feliz por isso. O foco aí agora é fazer essa missão que o UFC me entregou e depois vamos ver aí os próximos passos.
I'm very happy with the fight, very happy with the opportunity and being here. I do have to thank the UFC, Dana, Sean Shelby, Hunter Campbell, Wood for everything. Listen, this is a fight that I actually had called out before. I've told people, I told the team, I want him for my second fight. And hey, didn't come in the second, it's coming to the third. So let's get the job done. I'm very ready for it and very happy about the opportunity.
Do you feel like the UFC machine is not just behind you, but your whole team? Because when Dana was in Seattle for John Silva's last win, he said the matchmakers really like him and they really like Carlos Prates, and Cabo Halio's obviously close to a title shot and another fight for you on a big pay-per-view. So do you feel the UFC is not just behind you, but just your whole team altogether?
Você acha que a máquina do UFC está por trás, assim, apoiando a Fight Nerds? Porque o Dana, quando estava em Seattle, depois da luta, o Dana na coletiva olhou para o lado e falou assim, não, aquele ali gosta muito dele, falando dos matchmakers, falando do Jean. Você sabe que todo mundo gosta do Carlos Prates, está dando um monte de lutão para ele também. Você também tem o Caio já na boca do caixa também para lutar por um título. Ou seja, está todo mundo na Fight Nerds indo muito bem. Você, Jean, Carlos, Caio. Você acha que o UFC abraçou essa causa e falou assim, agora dá, e você agora, num belo de um card como esse, você acha que o UFC está realmente apoiando vocês?
Cara, eu acredito muito na entrega, né? Eu acho que nós entregamos bastante, nós damos o nosso melhor, nós trabalhamos muito e, eu acredito que o UFC está olhando isso com bons olhos. Inclusive, nós estamos trazendo aí a Fight Night para os Estados Unidos agora. São 3 academias que vão aparecer por aqui, vamos estar aqui, chegamos agora nos Estados Unidos e pode ter certeza que desses nomes aí virão muitos outros. Tem muita coisa no forno aí que está saindo.
I think it's about giving it all out. Like we all give our best, and I think there's a lot of we put a lot into it. I think they see it. I see the effort that we put into this. And believe me, there's some good news coming up. I think they see this. There's going to be Fighting Nerds USA, pretty much. There are going to be 3 gyms that you're going to see the Fighting Nerds here in America. And I think there's a lot of good things cooking and coming out of the oven.
And you said you wanted King Green in your second fight. I'm curious when you first became a fan or you first saw him fight, because you were 11 when he made his pro debut. So basically half your life he's been a professional fighter. So I'm curious, when did he actually get on your radar as a possible opponent?
Você falou que você queria o King Green na tua segunda luta. Eu fiquei curioso para saber quando que você começou a acompanhar ele, porque você tinha 11 anos de idade quando ele fez a estreia dele. Então ele tem sido um lutador profissional metade da tua vida. Em que momento que ele entrou no radar, assim? Você falou assim, eu quero lutar com esse cara.
Quando eu entrei no UFC, eu já comecei a mirar ali qual que seria o melhor caminho para me chegar no título do UFC, que é o cinturão, que é o meu objetivo. E, ele é um dos caras que eu sabia que ia me jogar lá para cima, vencendo um cara difícil como ele, um cara que tem uma história que ele fez aqui no UFC. E, realmente eu acompanho ele desde quando eu era moleque, assim. E, eu sabia que ele vai abrir grandes portas aí. Então, acredito numa grande performance e grandes portas abertas.
As soon as I got into the UFC, I started looking at the fights that would give me a title shot. And I thought, it's a guy that he's got the experience. I figured a win against him could propel me. up into new heights. And I think it's a fight that opens doors. And fighting him and beating him is a fight that just gets into another level. So that's why I see it.
There's just a couple questions unrelated to your fight. First being because I think Fabiano would like it. You posted a video on your Instagram. It was a lot of your dodges and punches where you were looking away, and then it was a montage with Ronaldinho. I'm curious, did someone give you that comparison, or have you been modeling your game off of him?
Vou falar um pouco, como saiu do mundo da luta um pouquinho, falar de coisas diferentes. Você fez uma montagem no seu Instagram que você tá se desviando de golpe e você fez a montagem junto com o Ronaldinho, basicamente, é isso? Você se espelha, você acha que é uma coisa que você que dá para dizer que tem uma inspiraçãozinha ali, esse movimento de outras coisas?
Sim, cara, por incrível que pareça, sim. Na verdade, não fui eu que fiz, foi os fãs que fizeram. Eu gostei da ideia e compartilhei, mas o movimento ali é semelhante do Ronaldinho. O futebol ele me inspira muito, principalmente o Neymar. O Neymar é um cara que sempre me inspirou. Inclusive, eu tenho golpes que eu dei o nome de golpe do Neymar ali, né? Inclusive, eu já fiz no UFC. Então, o UFC, o Neymar e os jogadores de futebol, a velocidade como eles têm que tomar decisão, isso me inspira muito também na hora da luta.
For sure, actually, it does serve as inspiration. I didn't do that actually. Fans did it. I liked it so much. I reposted it. I take a lot from soccer. Like I take a lot of inspiration, the moves, the way that they have to do stuff. Like I do. I mean, Neymar has been a source of inspiration for me. I even have like a strike, a particular move that I say that's my Neymar move because I've done it in the UFC too. I think that the way that they move, the way that they have to, dodge things, that the way that they have to make fast decisions. I think it inspires me. So I do. I see a lot in soccer, and it brings back.
Then just last one for me. I don't know if this is true, so I figured I'd ask you directly. I heard your last name isn't really Ruffy, and is it true that you got that from a popular anime?
Só para avisar, fã de anime inverterado. I don't. Tá. Ele não sabe se é verdade, mas ele ouviu falar que teu sobrenome não é Ruffy e que veio de um anime popular do Japão. Você poderia explicar para as pessoas de onde vem Ruffy?
One Piece, cheguei na Grand Line. Kaizukone, Royonaru. Vou ser o rei dos piratas. Com certeza, eu amo One Piece. Tudo começou daí, né? É uma história muito legal. Na minha estreia, meu irmão que trocou meu nome. E, o público gostou muito do nome. Foi a loucura depois do nocaute. E aí pegou e, a galera gosta também, né? É um nome curto, forte e pegou. Todo mundo gostou.
It's from One Piece. I'm the king of the pirates, for those of you who don't know. Actually, I've been an anime fan forever. It is not my last name. My brother actually gave that moniker to me for my first fight. He just put it out there, I think people went crazy because of what happened in the fight. So just people went nuts with the name. I think it's a strong name. It's a short name. It is very direct, and people love it. So I took it.
Well, who's your favorite character? And we don't have to talk about it all right now.
Se ele vai se empolgar se você começar a falar, então só rapidinho, a gente fala depois. Qual que é o teu personagem favorito?
Monkey D. Ruffy.
You got that? Okay, you got that.
Mauricio, right here.
Just a quick one from the Fighting Nerds are carrying great momentum right now. I wanted to ask, how does it feel to see this success come together? You guys as a whole are establishing a culture amongst fight fans, and we see people wearing the glasses, the merchandise at the arena. So how's it like seeing all that, and do you guys ever envision it grow so fast?
Fighting Nerds virou uma cultura, tá na boca do povo. Como é que você ver o sucesso da equipe, seus companheiros, tudo dando certo? Você vai numa arena, a galera quer falar, o pessoal quer falar com vocês, o pessoal se interessa, o pessoal está curtindo, todo mundo querendo óculos, vestindo. Como é que é fazer parte disso e ver isso acontecer ao vivo e a cores com todo mundo?
Essa vida com Jesus é boa demais. Só coisa boa acontecendo. Eu sou muito feliz por isso, muito grato por fazer parte disso. Eu tô numa... como eu falei já para alguns amigos, que se a Fight Nerd parasse hoje, a história que nós construímos aqui vai ser lembrada para sempre aqui. Então, estou muito feliz de tudo isso. Eu tenho certeza que estamos no começo de coisas muito maiores que virão. E é uma honra para mim estar no meio desse grupo aí de de atletas tão dedicados, que ama fazer o que faz e que se entrega muito.
This life with Jesus has been really good to me. Like, I've so many good things that have happened in my life. I can only be, just very grateful for it. It's so cool to be a part of it. And I told a lot of my friends that if for some reason Fighting Nerds went away today, the story they were already building in the UFC, no one would have forgotten it. It's so cool to be a part of it, to see it. This is a group of people that just work so hard, dedicate themselves, or focuses. It's amazing to be a part of it, and believe me, you see that's why things are happening the way they're happening.
And you mentioned there that you take a lot from the soccer, football community. So as a Brazilian, do you see your fighting style reminiscent to the Joga Bonito?
Você falou que você tem uma inspiração no futebol, que você usa movimentos, você mencionou o Neymar, que você vê coisas que os jogadores fazem que são importantes também no mundo da luta. Você diria que teu estilo de luta é uma versão da luta de Joga Bonito?
Cara, acredito que sim. Eu fiz uma mistura ali. Muitas pessoas à minha volta falaram que não ia dar muito certo. E, tem dado muito certo. E, o futebol, junto com o anime, junto com uma mistura de coisas assim que eu assisto e que eu vejo, eu faço uma combinação ali e crio o estilo Ruffy. O estilo Ruffy não é Muay Thai, não é um boxe, né? O estilo que eu criei ali com muita dedicação, sentei, peguei o caderno, anotei, escrevi e criei aí esse estilo Ruffy.
For sure, like there are so many things that I tried to bring into this game, and there are a lot of people as far as soccer and trying to bring the style that said that it wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to work out. This is not going to cut it. But as you see, it is happening. It's a little bit of soccer, a little bit of anime, like everything that I see, I try to bring in. Listen, the Ruffy style is different. I've jotted notes down. Like I see things. I take notes, I implement it in my game, and it's a mix of everything. It's not Muay Thai. It is Ruffy style.
For sure, and anime and soccer, those are things that really connect with a lot of people worldwide. So if you keep stringing these wins together, do you think it's only a matter of time before you explode and, resemble with mainstream media?
Se você juntar futebol com anime, isso conecta com muita gente no mundo. Você acha que, continuando com essas vitórias, com os resultados que estão vindo, com a entrega que está sendo feita, mais essas coisas para conectar com as pessoas, questão de tempo, você explodir e virar uma grande estrela?
Cara, a grande estrela é Deus para mim, é Jesus. Eu não penso nisso, eu penso em fazer um bom trabalho, eu penso em entregar o meu melhor aqui, passar uma boa mensagem para todos vocês e dar show ali no palco. Né? Eu trabalho todos os dias pensando em tudo isso. E vamos lá, eu tenho certeza que vamos construir algo incrível.
Listen, to me, God and Jesus are the biggest stars in my life, and I just worked very hard at this, and I just work hard every day, do my job, dedicate, focus, to be able to put on a show for you guys. If we continue the way things are doing, continue with the work, continue with the dedication, this is just going to be the fruit of our work. And we're going to continue to put on a show for you guys, and the results are going to keep on coming.
Mauricio over here. Mauricio, I asked your teammate John, and I'd like to ask you, this is such a special moment with all of the fighting nerds being undefeated in the UFC. When you go back to the gym and talk with your teammates, what are those conversations like as you reflect on your success?
Perguntei pro Jean, vou perguntar para você também. Um momento tão especial da Fighting Nerds. Uma galera, muitos de vocês estão invictos. Como é que é a conversa quando volta para Fighting Nerds, quando volta para academia, depois de vitórias como essas, em que vocês continuam invictos e sempre crescendo e elevando o nome da academia? Como é que voltar? Como é que é o papo em casa quando vocês voltam e estão vocês lá?
Cara, nós ficamos muito felizes, comemoramos ali, é motivo de muita alegria, não só vencer, mas você ver os seus companheiros vencerem. Né? A gente vê ali o trabalho que o Pablo está fazendo, dando certo, o treino que nós fazemos todos os dias, assim, casando, tudo acontecendo. Nós se alegra muito. Eu, por exemplo, eu agradeço muito, muito a Deus por tudo isso, tudo que eu estou vivendo. Eu dou toda a honra a Deus. E, é um prazer enorme, como eu já falei, fazer parte dessa história, uma história muito bonita que pô, a equipe nós ganhamos o Oscar, né, pô, então, pô, é assim, muito gratificante. Eu sou muito feliz por tudo isso.
We are all very grateful and very happy with the results. And we celebrate the wins. Everybody's together, and I think all of us appreciate what the work of the team has yielded. And I mean, we go back and see what Pablo has done with the team. Putting this together is this is fruit of his work. We are very happy to be together. We're happy to be part of the team. We're happy to continue to go back into work to get more. And as you can see, the results are happening. We're just happy with all the results for the work that we're putting in.
For fans who don't know, can you talk a bit about how the team started, which teammates found who first?
Para os fãs que não conhecem a história da Fight Nerds, como é que a equipe começou e quem encontrou quem? Vocês encontrando todos os personagens aí, quem que foi entrando?
Cara, eu vou contar a minha história. Eu achei que o Pablo não vai gostar muito. Mas, cara, eu lembro que eu cheguei na academia, na Fight Nerd, fiz um sparring com uns dos nossos companheiros lá e gostei do estilo e fui visitar a academia. E quando eu visitei a academia, eu vi o Caio o Caio Borralho fazendo sparring e eu fiquei apaixonado assim pelo estilo, a maneira como ele se movimentava. E, pô, fui para a academia, fiz minha malinha, fui lá na academia e falei, ó, a partir de hoje eu quero fazer parte da equipe aí, agora eu quero ser um Fight Nerd. E o Pablo falou, ó, pode parando. Para. Aqui não funciona assim. Você tem que vir em 30 treinos seguidos. Se você não cumprir, você está fora, não precisa voltar mais aqui. Continuo te admirando como atleta, mas eu não quero você aqui. Então foi assim que iniciou lá. Não cumpri os 30 dias até hoje. Brincadeira. Mas deu certo. Entrei na Fight Nerd, estava no UFC.
I'll tell you my story. Pablo may not like it, but this is the story. So I just went out there to train once it's into a first sparring session. And I mean, I liked the style of what was going on and how they approach sparring. And then I see Caio Borralho from afar, and he's just, I see him training, and I just fell in love with the style, the way he moved, the way that he was doing things. I really like it. And I said, well, let me get my gym bag. I'm coming back here. I got my stuff. I was like, I showed up and said, listen, I want to be a part of this. Let me join. Caio Borralho said, whoop, nope, just you wait, hold on. That's not how it works. You have to come in 30 straight sessions. After 30 straight sessions, then we'll look into it. We consider if you miss one of them, you're out. All right, you don't need to. I will still admire you as a fighter, but you'll not be able to come back. So I have not stuck to the 30. I'm kidding. I have stuck to the 30 sessions in a row. But that's how it was. They accepted me, and from then on, that's been my story.
Do you know if all of the teammates have had to do 30 straight sessions, or do some people get lucky and do less?
Você pode confirmar que todo mundo teve que fazer as 30 sessões introdutórias, ou alguém conseguiu pular, alguém teve alguma desculpa? Todo mundo faz as 30?
Cara, na verdade, tem uma regra lá que o Pablo impõe para que todos os atletas faz o que tem que ser feito para ver se encaixa dentro do time. Ele tem alguns princípios ali, coisas que ele não deixa à parte, mas pô, depois ali você aprovando, é como se fosse um teste, né? Você fica ali um teste, vê se você se enquadra no perfil da equipe e pô, se encaixando você está dentro.
Pablo actually has like some tests and trials. You do what you need to be. What do we need to do to succeed here? And then it is almost like a test and a trial. So if you do that, you will be in. He actually has some rules and some things that he needs for people to do. And as long as you do them, as long as you follow procedure, you're going to get it. So some people are in.
Thank you.
Well, Justin, a bit of a chaotic lead up to this one, but was there ever a doubt in your mind that you were fighting on this card based on the opponent?
I think there was a small amount of time that I was a little bit doubtful that we would figure something out. But in my mind, I was still fighting. I had to stay in that mindset that I was still going to war. March 8th. I really relied on my coach and my manager to figure it out. I told them, take the lead and don't even involve me in the conversation.
Obviously, fighting a guy on short notice and switching up your camp is a risk. You're coming off the back of the loss to Max. It's even a bigger risk for you, right? You want to hit the ground running. Did any part of that play into your mind about, you know what, maybe it would be better if I just stuck to the original opponent, we rebook it rather than just force this one through?
No, I think if I started to worry about the risks, then I would just retire. This is a very risky sport, and I love the intensity that it brings, and I've been yearning to get back in there and feel that.
Yeah, there's been some comments you made recently that have caught a lot of attention about maybe sort of going back, not complete the whole way, but a little bit back towards the World Series of fighting style you used to have.
Yeah, I just think the aggressive mentality. I think I just watched the Max fight today for the first time, and I think I fought really well. It's just he was so great that fought really well that night. And but even if I go back to that guy, I'm still a much more refined athlete, in my skills. And I think with that aggressive style and my skills being much more refined and much more accurate, that's a dangerous combination.
What makes you rewatch it today?
I just figured it was about time.
Nice, respect. Have you rewatched the first fight with Fiziev yet?
Yeah, I watched it the day that we decided we were going to fight him.
What were your takeaways from that, and what differences do you think you may have to make it a bit of an easier job out for you that night?
Yeah, I think I wasn't looking at the fight for information. I was just more putting myself in that mindset and that arena, and I think if I try to rely on things from that fight, then if things go 100%, 180 the other way, it would be detrimental. I think my skills are ready. I think my preparation was fantastic. My cardio is definitely, I'm ready to push the pace, and I think I still have to be careful with this guy. He's so powerful. He's a world-class athlete, world-class Muay Thai striker. He throws a lot of kicks, and I think I found success punching off of his kicks, and I think that will be something that I can use for the next fight.
So I wanted to go back to the rewatching the Max one today. Obviously, the ending the way that it was, I could imagine some guys would think on their fight week, I don't want to see that and put that in my mind. What is it about you that makes you think?
Well, to be fair, I did stop it with 10 seconds left.
Okay.
I've seen that part plenty of times.
All right, and then what does a win here do for you? Obviously, I know you've taken this fight, you've done the UFC a favor by staying on the card. Can we get a title fight based off this?
I mean, as an athlete competing here, I have to think that. I hope that, but I have no idea. I have to go in there, I have to win. That's first and foremost, and I'm always exciting, the most consistent guy that's ever stepped in there. So, I think the way that I win and how my fights usually go, then I'll definitely be a consideration for them.
Best of luck.
You've entered fights, rematches coming off where you won the first one, the Luis Palomino, you won both of them. You rematched Dustin, you were trying to erase that first fight. Now you're doing this again with Fiziev. You want to prove that you were a better man the whole time. So is there a different approach to a rematch coming off a win the first time and a loss the first time?
I guess there probably would be if it was like the immediate next fight, but going through what I just went through, then I'm very reinvigorated when it comes to, and I understand that this sport is so dangerous. Watching that fight, there's so many shots that were so close to putting him out, or are really putting some damage on him. So I just have to trust in what we're doing, what my coach has instilled into me over the last 14 years, and just go from there.
And Fiziev was in here, and I asked him this question because when Dan, before he got hurt, he's saying, it's almost a guarantee that me and Justin are going to go to the hospital after this fight just because of our fighting styles. Fiziev goes, God, I really do not want to go to the hospital again in Las Vegas. But he goes, the way me and Justin fight, we'll probably go to the hospital. So I'm curious if you have that same mentality, or you just hoping, you go in there, smoke this guy, and you don't have to go to the hospital.
I mean, ideally, any fight, you get a knockout in the first 10 seconds. That would be ideal, but I don't plan on going to the hospital. I'm just hoping that I'm alive and I can walk so I can golf with my dad and brother the next day. But I mean, I'm here to go to war. Whatever that entails, then so be it.
And
unrelated to your fight, but over the last couple of years, when we have these media days, there's been a handful of fighters that use your name as a descriptive term in terms of how they fight or how they want to fight. So they'll be like, "Oh, I'm the heavyweight Justin Gaethje. I'm the flyweight Justin Gaethje." I'm curious, do you hear those when people say that, and do you take that as a compliment of when fighters use Justin Gaethje as like a descriptive term of how they want to fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what field we're in, having the respect of your peers is something that does feel good, and I'm proud of that. I wish they wouldn't do that. There's a constant method to the madness when I'm in there. I've trained my body, my soul to do what I do for many, many years, and I think obviously I give max effort, and I know that they're expecting themselves to give max effort. And yeah, not just my peers that recognize my effort and consistency, but the company, the commentators. Yeah, so that's something I'm proud of.
And just last one for me. I watched, you did like a fan Q&A on your YouTube channel where you were answering questions, and a lot of them were around the phrase like, how do I get over being scared of fighting or getting into MMA or just getting punched in general? And the first few seemed to catch you off guard, like you had never thought about that before, but then after a while you started to kind of give advice. I'm curious, like, do fans ask you that quite often? Like, how do you do what you do, or how do you get over being scared? Because it seems like some version of that question came up a lot.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be tough to answer for me because it's just so normal for me. It's the way that I've approached many things. I try to, there's so many, there's so little things that we can control. And my thoughts and emotions, how I feel, how things make me feel, how people make me feel, how circumstances make me feel or act is what I know I can control. As far as competing, I've loved to compete since I'm very competitive. And this is the most intense and exciting sport in the world. So I'm so happy to be here and be a part of this organization, and it's been a fun ride. I can't believe how fast it's gone. This will be my 38th trip into a ring, octagon, cage, whatever you want to call it, but every single one of them is special.
Justin, recently, the past week, footage has come back of immediately after the Max knockout, and you even tweeted about it and said it's a great reminder of what's at stake.
Yeah.
This might be silly, but do you think fans should see stuff like that just to see how dangerous the sport is?
Oh, I don't know. I'm glad I saw it. For what I saw, I was trying to get up and fight. It's just what I do. I choose fight instead of flight every single time, and that's what I expect from myself, to try and get up.
And I just wanted your thoughts on Ilia Topuria vacating the featherweight title and coming up to lightweight. Do you think he's built for lightweight?
Yeah, I think he's a fighter, especially with the confidence that he has right now with those wins over Max and Volkanovski. I think, confidence is the biggest factor when you step in there. You have to believe, in yourself first and foremost. And so, yeah, I think just made the most exciting weight class in this sport a little bit more exciting.
Do you obviously, if you go out there and finish Fiziev, there's a good chance that you get the title shot, but do you believe Ilia should get a automatic title shot against Islam?
I don't know. Haven't thought about it.
Awesome.
It doesn't matter. Again, that's one of the things I can't control, so I'm not going to put a lot of thought and energy into that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Justin right here. Justin, when Dan pulled out, there were a lot of fans that I'd say panic a little bit, like, oh man, we're not going to see Justin Gaethje next Saturday, et cetera, et cetera. This many years in the game, what does it mean to you that you still have that kind of love from the fan base, that they have that kind of reaction about not getting to see you compete?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of this sport since 2002 and really since 92. My dad would put it on the TV, and I fell in love with it then. So I think it's, again, respect from your peers, respect from the people that pay to watch me fight. They're spending their hard-earned money to watch me, and I think, again, I'm the most consistent guy that's ever stepped in there. And I've been to so many UFC fights, live, because I'm such a big fan. And, I think 10, 15% of the time does everybody get a certain rush of emotions, because of an instance. And I think, people know that it's maybe 50% with me. So that's what people are there for. They're all there to turn into animals in the blink of an eye.
You've been very public about your love of golf. If you were going to do your dream celebrity golf tournament, what other celebrities or pros would you want to be a part of it?
Ooh, I mean, all of them. I mean, the Raiders team, some of the Nuggets guys. Definitely have DC out there. Hopefully not on my team. But yeah, I mean, there's so many world-class athletes I would love to have in there. I can't name any specifically right now.
Thank you.
Justin, over here to your right. You said on your social media a couple of days ago, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I think that kind of sums up for a lot of people and why they love you and what you represent every time you set foot in the cage. I know you mentioned that there's not too many fights for you left, but was this what you envisioned when you first picked up the gloves, for people to know you and respect you for this fan-friendly, all-out style and to be a staple of the always entertaining lightweight division?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts, but it's, when I started this journey, it's been and has been and was one fight at a time. I never thought I would be here. I never thought people would want to ask me questions. I never thought I'd be able to touch people from across the world that don't speak the same language, but, can really resonate with me. So that's special for me. I mean, I think, human services is what I went to college for. I was going to do some type of social work. I'm not exactly what, but a lot of being in that profession is inspiring people to be better and do better. And so, again, the live by the sword, die by the sword, that's been my mindset, in everything, in all walks of life, not just competing, but in treating people, how they should be treated and respecting people. I think if you want to change the world, you have to cause ripples in your immediate circle. We all try to reach and do too much, and don't focus on our immediate circle. I think, you're a good neighbor. And I just, want to, it's crazy that through violence I can inspire people and touch people, but it's a sport.
Yeah, and I know undisputed status is something that's always a goal for everybody, but are there any other things that you want to check off your list as a mixed martial artist?
No, I mean, I've already set the record for bonuses. I had 9 in my first 7 fights. I think that'll never be touched. I'm pretty proud of that one. As far as the rest would be to try to show people, I think if I was if I win this fight and beat Makhachev, I think that would just be, the icing on the cake for the legacy that I'm trying to create here. And I think that would be such an amazing story. And so that's what I'm trying to do.
Sure. And last one for me. Was it hard to save that time to watch back the Max fight all the way until now?
No, I mean, I'm actually glad. I thought I fought like shit, and turns out I didn't. I fought pretty damn good. It's just so crazy. It's a game of less than inches, less than seconds. I mean, there's so many instances in that fight where could have gone either way. He was so fast, very fast. I think my 4th round was my best round. That's when I fought a more aggressive style, and that's when I dropped him, and I think I won that round, clearly. First round was crazy close. I think, with my leg kicks, I was winning until, the last 1 second. It's crazy. He smoked me last 1 second of the first round, last 1 second of the last round. It's a crazy sport.
Right here, Justin. Last 2 main events of the year ended in controversy with some eye pokes. In your last fight with Rafael, you did poke him in the 2nd round. He said that kind of factored into his performance for the rest of the fight. He wasn't able to see. That's not really my question. I guess, how big of a problem do you think the eye poking is in this sport? And obviously, it's not up to the UFC, it's up to the commissions, but do you have a solution? Do you think a point should be taken regardless of intent?
No. I don't know. It's a tough one. I got poked in the eye versus Max twice. I'll never tell you that I lost that fight because of that. I just think that's not the mindset that you can have. I think if we were skilled enough to poke someone in the eye, we'd be skilled enough to punch him in the chin. It's just a crazy circumstance that happens. We're constantly judging distance. Again, it's less than seconds, less than inches. It's completely intuitive. And so naturally, to defend yourself, try to get your hands up. And that's mostly what's happening, is just sometimes it goes in their eye socket.
The UFC introduced some gloves that were supposed to maybe reduce the eye pokes. They went back to the old gloves. I'm not sure how often you got to train in them. Did you feel like those were maybe better to prevent eye pokes, or were you not a fan of them as well?
Yeah, I don't even know. I fought in them once, never trained in them. I've never trained in 4-ounce gloves. We have 7-ounce Onyx gloves that I train in, sparring, hit pads in. But I think there's an answer. I just, you would have to put it on paper and have a lot of smart people sit around the table and, run through the pros and cons of different things. I don't think it was the eye pokes why they changed it. I think maybe enough people weren't getting knocked out or something because I don't know what the case was. I'm not sure I'm not sure what made the decision to go back. I don't think I don't think either one of them prevent. We fight in open finger gloves. Like there's no preventing eye pokes in here. At the end of the day, I think it's blatant fouls. Like hitting people, a lot of the Michael Chandler shit. Pretty much everything he does, immediate point taken away. Smoking people in the back of the head. There's things that you can do on purpose, and then there's eye pokes. Like I said, it's almost impossible to purposely poke someone in the eye. That's a very small target, and we're trying to hit each other in the head, and a lot of the times that's hard to do. So,
Thank you. Good luck.
Hello, sir. Rafa was here and he said that yesterday you met in Apex and he thanked you because he doesn't understand why did you take this fight. So first of all, what was your conversation about and did you have any doubts to fight him?
I love fighting. I got my ass knocked out last fight and I'm dying to get back in there and get that back. At the end of the day, all these guys are very, very dangerous. We went through our options. I, wanted Sarukian or Oliveira, but if I was them, I would never take the fight, and I do not blame them for that. Moicano piped up and then did not take the fight. That was my best option. And then it was just not fight. And I've been working so hard that that really wasn't an option for me. He just said thank you. I'm grateful for him too. He was halfway across, or probably more than halfway across the world, however big the world is. But and he took the fight. He came over here, so I applaud him for that. And I love to perform, and I'm ready to perform. So I wasn't, I was trying to make it happen.
Speaking about your last fight, I asked Rafa if your fight at Saturday night will go to the final seconds. Will he point down to the finger, point his finger to the center of octagon? And try to fight with you like Max did. If there will be such a situation, would you accept this challenge from him?
If you've ever seen me fight, you'll know I will accept that challenge every single time. When he pointed to the ground, I said yes and ran to the middle. So absolutely.
And the last one from me, Rafa says that he was quite surprised because in betting companies he's going as a favorite.
It's not something I can control. It's crazy. I'm 6-3 as an underdog. So I love being the underdog.
He said the same.
Suits me better. I love when people count me out. Being a competitor, every single one of us that get to this level is probably a petty motherfucker in a way because you don't come here, you don't push through the things that we push through, if you don't take things personal. Everything's personal. It sucks for the commentators because they kind of have to pick a side, but no matter, it's either you're on my team or I'm trying to kill you. And not literally, but, I'm trying to beat you. Whether that's your family, you're not on my team, then I don't care about you. In these instances and in these moments.
Thank you.
Justin in the back, way back here. You were quoted this week as saying that you felt like you've been fighting too safe. And that's a word that most people would not attach to your name and your fighting style. So it speaks a little bit to your mindset as a fighter and a competitor. What do you do to get your mind ready, and how's that evolved for you over the course of your career?
My mind is always ready to do what I love. I love going, Tuesday and Friday are sparring days, favorite days of the week. The intensity that this brings. But I don't have to do anything. I have to understand that the danger is there. I think once you understand the danger is there and it's real, then I think my body specifically goes to a very special place. I don't get to retain any information from these fights because it's completely intuitive and instinctive, and I've trained my body and my mind to go and do what I need to do in those situations.
Testing mic, testing. Go birds, go birds. Good.
Amanda, front right here. Obviously, you're coming. It's been a bit since we last saw you, so I guess just how's life and how's camp been in preparation for Iasmin this week?
Já faz tempo que a gente viu você. Como é que foi então esse tempo? Como é que foi o camp e como é que foi a preparação para enfrentar a Iasmin?
O camp foi maravilhoso, foi incrível, 100% de aproveitamento e tô me sentindo muito bem mentalmente, fisicamente e receber essa oportunidade de estar lutando com a Iasmin foi incrível. A gente já estava esperando que fosse ela, né? A gente foi eliminando aí as outras lutadoras estavam com luta marcada, mas aí a gente se preparou para ela e está 100%.
Having the time was wonderful. You know, camp was great. Actually, the entire. I mean, there was. I'm going to say it was. He had a 100% hit ratio on the time spent, and we optimized it really well. As for the fight, we really prepared well because we already knew that this fight was going to happen. We kind of by process of elimination, you're looking at all the girls that were there. So we knew that this opportunity was coming, so it was a great opportunity to fight her.
I saw on your Instagram after your last performance or loss, you said, I lost to myself. So I'm curious, did you choose to take all of this time off? Did you ask the UFC for maybe some time to just mentally recuperate and just figure some other stuff out?
Eu vi no teu Insta que você falou assim, eu pedi para mim mesma. Ou seja, isso traz uma pergunta. Você tomou esse tempo por conta própria, você que tomou esse tempo para você, você que decidiu ficar nesse hiato por um tempo, e isso que ajudou você a preparar e agora por isso está se sentindo bem?
Eu quis me preparar mais psicologicamente e quando eu falei aquilo realmente porque eu estava muito preparada para aquela luta e para mim foi muito frustrante ter perdido. E aí eu fiquei um tempo reclusa, me cuidando.
Yeah, I said that because I really had prepared well for that fight, so I felt like that was a slip, and I really wanted to work on the mistakes. I wanted to take some time off for myself as well. I was, in a little cocoon for a second there, and then to prepare better for this fight and actually to be ready for this one.
You said you kind of assumed that you would have to face Iasmin, maybe not this week, but at some point. So I'm curious, what do you make of her skill set as a whole? Because, she was in here, she said she feels the UFC is getting behind her a bit because she's on this big win streak. She just got added to the video game recently. So just what do you make of her skill set all around?
Você falou que você não sabia exatamente quando é que essa luta ia acontecer, mas que ia acontecer mais cedo ou mais tarde. Como é que você vê ela como oponente no sentido de que o UFC, ela estava aqui agora há pouco e falou pra gente que ela vê que o UFC tá apoiando, vê os resultados dela, acabou de colocar no videogame e ela sente que tá indo numa ascensão. Como é que você vê ela como lutadora e a ascensão dela como lutadora?
Iasmin tá vindo de vitória aí, né? Tá bem na categoria, mas ela vai ter que me enfrentar ela quer meu lugar e eu não vou dar de jeito nenhum. E é bom pra gente, não só para ela como para nós mulheres, de estar aí no topo da categoria e se enfrentando, isso vai ser inevitável. Já estou acostumada a lutar com brasileira, mas agora infelizmente ela vai ter que passar por mim.
I know she's coming off a win. You see he's an up and comer. So the biggest thing here is that she wants my spot. I'm not going to give it to her. We know that it's good for us. It's good for girls to actually have that kind of representation. Like we love to have two fighters like that. And as far as facing a Brazilian, I'm used to it all the time. So I'm very ready to defend my spot and to face her.
And then last one for me, unrelated to your fight, but you're pretty high up on the record books for a lot of the UFC strawweight records. You're tied for the second most finishes. You have the most knockdowns, the second most knockouts, third highest significant strike accuracy. I'm curious, are these records that you know or stuff you pay attention to, or is it all just, it doesn't matter, you're shooting for the UFC title and that's all you want?
E a última pergunta do você é sobre recordes, porque na divisão dos palhos você tem muito recorde. Você está, acho que segunda de empatar ou empatada com em termos de finalizações. Tem mais knockdowns, você tem mais knockouts, você também tem uma das melhores percentuais de acerto na tua trocação também dentro da divisão. Isso é uma coisa que você presta atenção, é importante para você? Ou isso faz parte do processo e o importante é vencer?
Isso eu acho que faz parte do meu trabalho que eu faço todos os dias na academia. E, para mim, ter números também e saber que vocês sabem desses números, para mim é muito bom. Para mim, só me fortalece para treinar mais e mostrar mais do que eu sou capaz.
I think that these numbers are just a reflection of everything I do in the gym. And, having the numbers as well. Like the fact that you actually presented those numbers to me, that means, it's pretty rewarding. And it's fuel to the fire for me to actually work harder and dedicate even more.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. To wrap up today, we're here to recognize a couple of our perfect test history recipients. First one today, Kamaru Usman, who's really in rarefied air. He is one of only 3 UFC athletes to receive his 75-time perfect test history. The other 2 being Amanda Nunes and your podcast partner, Henry Cejudo. But Henry's count actually included some of his USADA days, so you've got that over him. Make sure that you tell him that. We're really excited. Before I get to Kamaru here, we're really excited because the UFC just recently renewed our partnership with Thorne Nutrition, who's our official dietary supplement partner. And that renewal also includes a program where they are sponsoring our recognition program called Clean Fighters by Thorne. And Kamaru being the first one under that program. We're actually going to put some branding on some of the jackets. It's not by coincidence that the UFC's partnership with Thorne related to less contaminated supplement cases. All of our athletes have free supplements from the Performance Institute from Thorne if they wish to choose them. Kamaru is one of those athletes that does that, and it is no coincidence that we've seen the rate of these contaminated supplement cases, which are a real problem in the supplement industry, decrease dramatically because of this partnership. Talking about Kamaru, Kamaru is not only obviously a legend and is in the greatest of all time conversation in the welterweight division, but he's really a true modern UFC athlete. He won the Ultimate Fighter in 2015, entered the UFC right as we were putting our anti-doping program off the ground. So he's known nothing else but the UFC anti-doping program and had that incredible run, credible championship defenses, and still fighting at a championship level, all the while being compliant under our program. And that's special not only in combat sports, MMA, but really in professional sports. So it's our pleasure, Donna Marcolini and I, who work for the UFC anti-doping program, to present Kamaru with his 75-time perfect test history pin, of which he can attach to his 50-time jacket. And Kamaru, we can't express how proud of you we are, and thank you for being a role model and a leader in this space. We really appreciate it. Congratulations. Looking good. All right, we got some pictures here.
Congratulations very much.
All right, hello again. We're here with our next Perfect Test History recipient, participant on this weekend's card, Alex the Great Morono, receiving his 50-time Perfect Test History UFC Letterman jacket. Going back to what I talked about earlier, the Thorn partnership, and a little bit of background on our program. Every time a sample is collected from one of our athletes, and to give you an example, last year we did approximately 4,500, they're required to declare every supplement and medication they used over the last 30 days. We usually get those in our inbox the next day, and so we're reviewing those, just making sure athletes are making safe supplement choices. And it's very, pleasing to see that the overwhelming majority of our athletes are sticking with those safe Thorn supplements. Alex is a perfect example there. He doesn't use very much, but the one that you do use is Thorn, I think, whey protein. And I'm sure that's one of the reasons he's standing up here today, because he's very careful about everything he puts into himself and onto himself, and certainly including the supplement world. Another great example of the modern day UFC athlete here, because Alex joined the UFC in 2016. The program was already in place. He doesn't know anything different. And month after month and year after year, 50 now, he's had clean tests submitted to us. So Alex, we congratulate you for reaching this milestone. Not only great action inside the cage, but doing things right outside the cage with integrity and setting, a great example and being a leader and role model for not just the UFC, but all young fans that aspire to, walk in your footsteps someday. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Oh, man, thank
all
you
right.
so much.
It literally just turned on. Well, Jalen, it's obviously been a while since we last saw you, so I guess just how's life been? How's camp been? And obviously we see you got a bit of a hair trim on the top, so just how's life been?
Life has been a roller coaster. Definitely a roller coaster. I don't like roller coasters, but it's been one. And, I'm riding a good wave right now, so it's all good.
What do you mean by roller coaster? Is that just stuff outside of the fight game?
Outside, inside, revolving around it, like not too much I really like speculate on, but, just to give you a gist, I've been going through it.
Well, you're back here for fight week now, so I guess when they came to you with Ignacio's name, just did you know who he was? Did it matter who you fought? Because he was in here earlier, and he said he always assumed he would fight you because you were both the 6'3" lightweights, and he thought it would actually be earlier in his career that you guys would be matched up. So I guess, what do you make of Ignacio as an opponent?
You know, I already knew of him. I watched him. He fought one of my old teammates back in the day, and you know, I just kept my eye on him, and I figured the same thing. Like, we would cross paths eventually if he kept being on the tear that he was on, and he has. So now we're here.
Did you know? It seems to be like the UFC's kind of getting behind him because, you know, he fought at Noche, now he's fighting on another pay-per-view main card. Do you feel like this is an opportunity to just kind of remind the UFC matchmakers and just the fans that, like, okay, you have this prospect in front of me, but, like, I'd never went anywhere?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I feel like that's exactly what was in the minds of the matchmakers when this fight got put together. And, you know, I'm coming off of a layoff. He has all this hype, and I'm right here.
And just last one for me, completely unrelated to the fight game, but I went through your Instagram again, and I think you hit it was like a fakie into a heel or something like that, and you asked fans to name the trick. I'm curious, did you get any good ones, and did you even pay attention to what the names were?
The Rick flip. Yeah, fakie big heel flip. Yeah.
Jalin, is the weight cut going to be any easier because the hair's gone?
Yeah, it definitely is. Honestly, there was one point where when I was cutting weight for the Bobby fight, I told my coach, I was like, cut my hair. I was like, yo, cut it, just cut it off. Like, and they wouldn't let me. I was like, they put me back in the hot tub. Now it's gone. I'm not worried about the weight. Weight is great.
How are you enjoying Florida?
Oh, Florida's nice, man. I love it out there. Yeah, I love it. Love the humidity. Love being by the beach. You know, like, Florida's real nice. I love, like, you know, politics are good too. Get to carry without, like, worrying about, like, you know, licenses and all that crazy stuff. So yeah, it's cool.
A lot different than California.
A lot different than California, but I love California. That was my home, and I will be back there one day. So yeah.
You talked with UFC.com about your grappling, that you basically took 11 months to work on your grappling, man. So can you just kind of talk about that and how important that was to you in like the grand scheme of things?
Well, I mean, it's kind of really self-explanatory, you know, like, grappling is always something that I need to, like, polish and sharpen up. You know, I'm in a division where everybody is a elite grappler that's been grappling since they were toddlers. Like, I started fighting when I was 18 years old, you know, like, I don't have. Oh, somebody dropped something. You good? You got it? I per se don't have the grappling accolade that a lot of these guys do, you know, so I have to learn to nullify their game or, you know, just advance position so I can play my game better, you know. So, you know, we saw what happened in the Moicano fight. I really thought, like, I was, like, well suited to, like, deal with his grappling and his jiu-jitsu, and how heavy he felt on top really blew my mind. And you know, I wasn't as prepared as I needed to be. So, you know, I did take the time off and just work grappling, man. I got in the trenches. I got dirty. I was grappling all day, every day. I was doing a bunch of jiu-jitsu, a bunch of wrestling. Went to Dubai, did some wrestling. I've been working, man. I've been working. So, you know, striking's still sharp. That's always gonna be my bread and butter, my go-to. But, you know, I had to, you know, sharpen something that was dull. And the last time I did that was when I fought Matt Frivola, and then I went on my 5-fight win streak. You know, so that's you know, reincarnation. You know, I'm the phoenix right now. I'm reborn. So I wanna go in there, get back in the mix, and you know, just showcase how much better I've gotten.
Usually you're a lot taller than your opponents, and now you're fighting someone who's just as tall as you. Is that going to play any difference in this fight?
Yeah, you know, I like fighting the taller guys, but it's a change. It's a big change, you know, because, like, shorter guys are really explosive. Like, they have to work to get in, so I have to explode to get in. And I feel like, you know, I'm not gonna have to worry about that too much this fight, but I'm gonna have to worry about being in certain positions where he can touch me or where I think he can't touch me. So that's the game right now. But I feel like I'm gonna have to fight a little bit backwards than I usually do. And you know, I'm okay with that. I've been doing it all camp, so I've been working on it, and everything's good. Everything's seaming up.
And last one for me. You just said your weight's good, and you've always said that, you know, even though you're a big dude, you're a smaller lightweight. But do you foresee yourself going up to welterweight sooner rather than later?
Honestly, I don't. Like, I don't foresee it, but, you know, it just depends on the trajectory of my career, like I would entertain going up on like maybe a short notice one day, maybe like a couple years, few years from now. But like for now, that's not even in my mind. You know, like I'll entertain the question, like and answer it, but not in my mind.
Thanks, man.
Of course.
Jalin, to your right over here. You're back in Las Vegas, the return of T-Mobile Turner. You seem to fight here a lot. So usually anytime someone fights here on big cards, it frequently means that the promotion likes counting on you. And I know the promotion is probably heavy on his stock, but I feel like they're still heavy on your stock and what you bring to the table for the live experience for a fan. So what's it like from your point of view, being someone who usually gets the nod to be on these fun cards?
Oh, man. The UFC's always like backed me. They always put me on the big cards, you know, and they always know when my name gets put on any card, like I'm gonna go and perform and put on a fight. And so I may not be the biggest talker, I may not be like have the most showmanship, but when I get in that octagon, I'm gonna go fight. And they absolutely know that, and they absolutely know that fans love to see me fight.
Hey, Jalin over here. To follow up on that, having made so many trips to fight out here at the T-Mobile, I'd assume you have quite the routine now when you have fight week in Las Vegas. Can you let us into a little bit of what your typical fight week looks like out here?
Man, Vegas is dang near my second home, man. Like I'm gonna have to move out here soon. But this fight week has been different. This fight week my routine has been completely different because my weight was really good, you know, like I got to enjoy more things. I was out hiking in nature a little bit more, you know, it's been fun. It's been fun. You know, I've been gone for almost a year, man. I just came back and I just wanted to soak up every moment of this, you know, being in front of here, talking to you guys. Like, I got to realize, like, I'm about to be 30, you know. I'm not going to do this for too much longer in my life. So I just want to enjoy as much of it as possible and just soak up every single moment because it's going to be gone one day, you know. So glory be to God. I just love it. I just had to fall in love with being here, doing all these things, cutting weight, like everything that sucks about this sport. I had to fall in love with it again.
You've had good nights at the T-Mobile. You've had some not go your way. Do you ever even reflect on that as you make that drive to the arena, or is all that just put aside by the time you get to Saturday?
Man, you know, I reflect on all of it. I reflect on every single aspect, everything, good, bad, like every experience I've had here. Most of it has been good, you know. There's been a couple hiccups of bad, but, you know, it's all been an experience, man. I'm just trying to just enjoy it all.
Thank you.
Anything else? That's it. Thank you, guys.
How we doing today?
What's up, King? How are we feeling ahead of this one?
You done got yourself a beard now and shit? Okay.
Finally hit puberty.
Yeah.
First of all, talk to us about the emotions heading into this one. It's a big card. It's back in Las Vegas. You fought here 100 times already. Talk to us about the emotions heading into fight week.
The emotions. Interesting. I don't got emotions, you know? I'm not afforded emotions, bro. Like, I've been in this industry like 12 years. I done seen everything. I know how this shit run, you know? And if I had emotions, trust me, y'all have been out of here, you know, with emotions. I just understand the way the world works. And you just kind of got to go with the system, you know? I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm talking in code. And if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
Well, I feel like if you know about the world, or certainly about the fight world, you know that sometimes you see veterans paired up against these guys that they like to see cooking, and they kind of want to pair them off and see, can the young guy beat the veteran? Do you think maybe that's the case on Saturday night? They got a young guy they're interested in and seeing what he can accomplish?
Yeah. They trying to see what he can do, you know? You're kind of getting somewhere around you're getting warm. You're getting warm, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
I feel like you don't really need any motivation to come and feel like you want to prove something to the world and show people how skilled you are. But when, you know, they had the Paddy fight, same sort of vibe, right? When do you think maybe like, oh, they're kind of trying to build someone off me? Does that make you want to come in here and be like, nope, reminder, I'm still at the top of the game?
Yeah. I'm just a contract killer, bro. I be at my house, you know, and they'll call me and say, hey, we got a contract for you. You know, go out there and fulfill your obligations. Do what you need to do. And that's all I'm doing, simply.
Obviously, we've had the name change. King has been around for a while now, but, you know, it used to be Bobby King as the nickname Green. Do you have to get a new nickname now that your name is officially King? Are we going to be King Bobby Green now, or how do we make it work?
I fucking don't know, bro. I don't fucking know. Be honest, it's like, I got into it with like a lot of dudes in my hood. And we was a bunch of black guys in a circle. And I go, hey guys. Because if you tell a black man he's not a king, he'll look at you crazy. He might even punch you in your face, you know? And we feel like we're naturally kings. And I'm like, I don't agree. I feel like if you're gonna be a king, you gotta have a castle, you know? Where's your castle if you're a king, you know? And so that's like, and they're like, oh, well, I have a house that I'm renting, you know? I'm like, no, that's not yours, you know? And even a mortgage, it's not yours until you own it. I know we got to still pay property taxes and they can still lose it, but blah, blah, blah. My name's on it and it's mine, okay? And so I own it. And so that's what I was explaining to them is like, hey, we're not kings until it takes certain things to be a king. First of all, you need to be good at heart, you know? A real good dude, real solid and truthful and honest. You're willing to help people and take care of a village. I took care of so many people, you know? Helped so many people. And then top of that is having that castle to show the people that I earned this, you know? And so that's the reason I'm changing my name. Is just, I want to do something different. And some people call me Bobby. Some people call me King. I don't give a fuck, bro. It's just like, it's just for shits and giggles. Who cares? I don't care.
Not to get too deep on this, but you say about you take care of a lot of people and stuff like that. Sometimes we see in combat sports, you know, guys take care of everyone around them, and slowly but surely those people take advantage or they take it for granted. Do you ever have to stop yourself and be like, well, I want to look after these people because they're appreciative, but I have to make sure that I'm not ever giving too much to too many people?
Yeah, exactly. It's a funny game with people, you know, especially when you got some money. You know, everybody got an issue, and you're the one that can fix it. And so it's a real funny game, and seeing between love and not love, and sometimes that's real hard to see. You think everybody loves you, but you start finding out as these roads get dark and stuff, you know, everyone's looking out for everyone else, you know? We're all looking out for ourselves.
Best of luck on Saturday, man.
There's a few in front of you. You made a lot of headlines when you were on that podcast defending Anthony Smith and just a lot of the veterans of this game. I'm just curious, do you feel like the fans in general, because I've asked this question to Cub Swanson, I asked this to Anthony, and, you know, they say, you know, there's some fans that never watched the WEC. They never knew you were in Strikeforce. They don't know what King of the Cage is. They don't know any of these other promotions. Do you feel like the fans that maybe discovered this sport during the pandemic when it was the only thing going have done their proper research and, like, they respect the veterans of the game like yourself?
Yeah. First of all, I was just trying to break that shit down to TJ. And I was like, TJ, you got, what, 23 fights? Look how much his body has failed him after 23. Imagine, I got 50, this is my 51st. Anthony's like close to 60. You don't know what that walk is like, TJ, when we get that fucking far down, bro. You know? To keep doing this and chugging along, that's what my hat's off to Tony Ferguson, Nate Diaz, Jim Miller, those guys that are really fucking true fighters till the end. We fought the young, the new, the next version, the next generation, and the next generation, you know? So, like, some people, like, they look at us like, well, you're not champion, so I don't even know if I can even talk to you. And it's like, damn, you just overshadow so much. Like, you have no idea what it is to be those guys, you know?
To kind of go off of that, you know, Ruffy, your opponent, on one of the embeddeds, he's like, I think his phrase was like, oh, I'm going to bring something new that Bobby's not seen. But he was 11 when you made your pro debut.
Sheesh.
So do you think that's just like young fighters hear fighters say stuff like that and they think that's what they have to say? Because, like, realistically, what could a fighter like Mauricio Ruffy bring that you haven't seen inside of a cage?
That's crazy. I was telling him the same thing. I'm going to show you something that you ain't seen. You know, I know you've seen my fights, but everyone will say, like, once they got in it with me, it was totally different, you know? It's different when we're getting into the actual fight, you know? And so what I do want to tell him, because I heard he was saying, like, I'm going to be talking shit to him, and I'm like, bro, I don't talk shit to anybody. I don't know where y'all got this narrative for me. Like, I'm a good dude, bro, and I I don't got no disrespect or hate for nobody, you know? I just tell truths when I'm in there. If you talk to anybody that's fault with me, I didn't talk shit to them. I'll just be like, that was okay. I say it's okay. I'm be honest, like, it's okay. Or if I say it was good, I'm like, okay, that one was good. All right, come on, let's go, let's keep it going. So I was just not talking shit. I'm more so just telling truth if I want to say anything, you know? And so I don't know where these guys are getting it from. Like, that Grant Dawson guy, he said something like, you're trying to get in my head. I'm like, I've never tried to get in nobody's head, bro. Like, what? That's kind of weird. I'm going to get into your head. Like, that shit's weird, bro. I'm a cool-ass dude. I don't be tripping about nobody. But they just take some shit and think I'm doing some weird voodoo and get in your head.
Just a couple more. I don't know if you're a guy that pays attention to, like, where he stands in, like, the lightweight record books, but you know, you have the most significant strikes and total strikes in UFC lightweight history, and you're the only lightweight with over 2,000 total strikes landed. I think the next one close to you is at 1,700, and that's Jim Miller. Is that stuff you pay attention to, or do you even care about, you know, stuff like that in the record books?
I don't really try to pay too much attention to it. That means that I go to work. That means I stay busy. You know, that means that I'm out there working, you know? And so that's a great thing to have. I was trying to put way more numbers, but the Patty shit kind of fumbled. I had the worst fight of my life with Patty, and it is what it is, but that's pretty dope, I guess, you know?
And just last one. I was going through your past fights just to see how far back it was, like comparing his date of birth to like your debut. And I saw you you had a fight against Charles Bennett, obviously. Can you believe that he's still fighting, like in 2020?
He is? Crazy we're still fighting?
Well, he goes by Felon now.
He goes by what?
Felon, Charles Bennett. He doesn't want to be Crazy Horse anymore.
I didn't follow. I ain't heard from him doing so many. I didn't even know he was still doing it.
He had a fight 2024. It was just, I think he snapped like an 8-9 fight losing streak, but he got the W.
And so people be asking me like when I'm gonna let this go. I'm like, I can't leave when this guy's still fighting. Jim Miller's still fighting. I'm like, I thought about just like, just do one or two more, you know. But Jim's still going. I'm like, I'm not going before him.
His Charles Bennett's record is 31-46-2.
Holy shit. I mean, when you get up there, at least he's still doing it, you know, and he's still being able to compete.
King, can you reflect on your last fight with Patty? You just said it was one of your worst fights of your career. What happened?
You ever heard of a blooper? You know what that is? Like a blooper reel where the guy slips on a banana peel and then he falls into a bucket and, you know, like some stupid shit like that. Well, there's some times where I've had so many fights, I'm like, hey, that's new on my list. Like, so I think I went to go punch him, and he kicked my leg, and then I kind of slipped, and I went down. So people were like, why'd you shoot on him? And I was already, like, fucking down there. I kind of just fell into it. So I shot, and then he capitalized on it. And so a mistake I made, fucking just slept on a banana peel. And shit happens like that, you know? I felt like I lost a Super Bowl, and it is what it is.
How much did that one hurt because of the, you know, I guess there wasn't a lot of trash talk, but there was some heat.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna keep this shit real with you. That shit hurt real bad, you know? That shit hurt real bad. It's like, because we were so, and getting, you know, and I had to go all the way over his pond and deal with all the craziness, you know? I did it all, and I put it all on the line, and sometimes you go for the best, and sometimes you fall a little short, you know?
Do you have a prediction for Justin Gaethje versus Rafael Fiziev?
I'm going to go with JG. You know, that's my dog. I feel like he's already kind of figured out Fiziev's timing and Fiziev's the way he does, you know. I feel like Fiziev doesn't really change his style too much. And so I see Gaethje going out there and putting the same clinic on him.
And then last one for me. I just wanted like your thoughts on Alex Pereira as someone who is a little older in the game as well. He's newer in the MMA game, but older in life, right? So, just what are your thoughts on him just taking the UFC by storm?
Man, I'm so happy for that guy, man. Just to come from kickboxing, you know, and be doing all those fights, and they don't make as much money, you know, and so for him to have so much success, I'm so happy. He's such a great dude. He's living the life, bro. He's everywhere. I saw him at Drake concert, you know? Like, he's living the life. And at this age, you know, it's a blessing. But it's also like, because some people compare weight classes. That's a difference. In lower weight classes, it's one shot, one kill, and you can seal the deal. And so it almost gives them a little bit more longevity because he only took this many amount of punches, you know, versus in our division, you might take a lot more.
Thanks, man.
King over here. 2 quick ones to your right. Saw you run into former opponent Jalin Turner out there. How was that like?
I told you I'm not no dick, bro. Like, I'm not that guy, you know? It's just all love, you know? I'm happy for Jalin and everything he got going. I want to see him have success, you know? I love to see a black man get some money. You know, it's only a few of us in this division, so each one of us getting some shit, that's a blessing, you know? I want to see every black man be successful in the UFC.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. And obviously, you take a distinct route in terms of goal setting in the fight game. We know a lot of guys and girls shoot for the belt, and that's that. In your case, you prioritize, like you mentioned earlier, taking care of the ones around you and even yourself. Was that the mentality you've always had when you first entered the game and picked up the gloves? And do you think we should see more professional athletes undertake this mentality that you go through?
I don't know, bro. I'm from San Bernardino. I'm from where the broken are there, you know? And so all we could think about is getting out of this hole, which is financial poverty, you know? And so I don't know if I've been programmed this way or what from society, but that's all that's been my journey. It was to get us all up out of here, you know? Get us up out of here, get us out of struggle, you know? I don't like to see my friends or my family in pain or the struggle. So it's all about getting everybody and creating something that we all could kind of eat off of or we all could kind of move off of, you know?
And what is left on King Green's bucket list?
What's left on my bucket list? Okay, that's kind of interesting. It ain't shit to do with this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I fight, but I fight to secure people's lives, you know? I got all my kids at home. I'm running an apartment complex. Getting ready to buy a club. Like, I'm doing all kind of things. I got 27 chickens. I'm working on farm stuff. Like, I got 1,000 things I'm doing. So those are things on my list to make sure that I seal the deal on all those things. That everything I set out to do, I did, you know?
Thank you.
King over here. So all these businesses and the apartment complex, all that's in the Inland Empire?
Yeah. I got a house in LA I bought. And I got a house in Vegas that I'll be out here in Vegas too. And then, but everything else is in the IE, you know. I'm not going nowhere. I started here, and I want to show the people that I'm born here, and I'm still going to be here till I die, you know.
What are some of the biggest changes you think need to be brought to the IE?
Biggest changes, you talking about like the community and stuff like that?
Could be community, could be politics and policy.
I was just saying, like, we just need better role models, you know? Like me, I run through my city, you know? I run through the city. I don't be running on treadmills. I run through the city like Rocky. And I'm hoping some little kid will see me, you know? I'll be running out there with my music, my headphones, and they be like, beep, beep, beep. And I'm like, what's up, you know? And I'm like, man, maybe one day I want to be like that guy instead of trying to be a gangster, you know? Trying to be a drug dealer, you know? Maybe you could do this fighting shit, and maybe it'll get you out of the same shit it got me out of.
Ruffy and his whole team are undefeated in the UFC so far. What would it mean to you to be the one to hand the whole team that first L?
It is what it is, bro. We're going to get out there and we're going to scrap. It's all in God's plans, you know. I like what they're doing as a team. I like how they move, you know, and I love their little swag. I keep seeing these fucking glasses everywhere and shit, you know. I like their swag, you know. They're doing their thing. Hats off to them. We come to fight, and when we lock in, and we lock up, the better of the skills will prevail.
You say you don't talk trash, so can I ask, who would you say you talk the most truth to out there in the octagon?
He don't speak English like that, so it's like, with this guy, I'm like, what do I need to say to him, you know? I don't really got much to say to him, so it's like, he don't even speak English like that. And I speak a little bit. I'm not saying obrigado, you know? I just learned a new one, was boa sage. So I'm still learning Brazilian from my instructor, but it ain't much for us to say but to fight.
So you would be willing to talk truth in Portuguese if you get better at it?
I guess so. All right, thank you, guys.
Alex, the front, right here. Obviously, anytime you fight these days, it's going to be, a big fight week. A lot of attention's brought to your fight surrounding you. I'm curious, just how's this fight week been in general? Because I would imagine, being someone with the star power you are, representing Brazil, training in America, you have to do a ton of media, a ton of photo shoots and everything. So just how's fight week and preparation been as a whole?
Fala, Alex. Pô, agora, grande semana agora para você, mas acho que agora toda vez que você luta, vai ter toda essa tensão, vai ser uma grande semana da luta. E específico essa daqui, como é que está sendo essa semana para você, a semana da luta? Está sendo mais ocupada que as outras? Porque seu nível de estrelado está subindo, né? Conta um pouquinho para a gente como é que está sendo.
Bom, a semana foi muito difícil, né? Muitos compromissos. Eu diria que foi a luta que teve mais trabalho, mais com mídia, mais, a gente entende, como eu estava falando ontem, vocês sempre estão levando o nosso nome, passando para as pessoas o que a gente está falando. Então, acho que eu vejo a importância disso, né? Mas não é só isso, tem treinos, alimentação, corte de peso durante essa semana. É um pouco puxado, mas esse é meu trabalho, eu escolhi isso.
It's been one of the longest fight weeks due to media, but we know this is necessary. You guys are always putting your name out there. You know what I mean? It's been a busy fight week, plus trains and everything, but I'm ready for this.
I asked Ankalaev this when he was in here, if he felt like you could be the biggest star in the promotion right now, considering, a lot of people, it was like you, Sean O'Malley, Israel Adesanya, but they're coming off losses, and some people say you're the face of this organization. We've saw you in Australia, and fans come up to you doing your walk. You were handing out money and watches, walking around the street, doing seminars all over the world. Do you feel like you're the most popular and maybe the face of this promotion, or is that something you just don't think about?
Ele até perguntou a semana mais cedo para os outros que talvez se você fosse o rosto do UFC hoje, né? Porque tem outros atletas, tem o Sean O'Malley, tem outros, mas estão vindo de derrota. Você sente que hoje você é a cara do UFC?
Bom, eu acho que sim, né? Eu sou um lutador bem ativo, né? Ano passado foi um ano de grande sucesso, né? Então acho que meu nome está sendo mais falado, eu estou aparecendo mais, com bons resultados, então eu acredito que sim.
I believe so. I had a busy year last year with great success. You know what I mean? So I just keep doing this work, but I believe so.
He was in here and he had a few things to say about, that bet that you put out there. He said, I can't do it, but I'd talk to you after. Maybe we could do a charity thing. He responded to the lunch boxes you said you saw, and he said he did have to break fast a few times in preparation. So I guess, what have you made of the build with Ankalaev? Because I feel like it's been happening for a long time, and these last few weeks, I feel like it's gotten a little heated, especially online.
Pô, ele esteve aqui mais cedo, né? Aí falou que não podia ter aceitado a aposta por causa de motivos religiosos, mas que talvez fariam caridade depois da luta junto com você. Aí também, né, o fato de você ter visto as marmitas dele lá no PI, né, meio que não está seguindo o jejum. Aí o que você diz para a gente aí desse hype inteiro que está sendo criado por essa luta, tudo que tem sido falado?
Bom, nunca falei de religião, nem quero comentar de religião. Ele que citou religião, mas se ele não pode fazer uma aposta, que na verdade não é nenhuma aposta. Diferente de eu colocar o dinheiro no bolso ou ele colocar o dinheiro no bolso. A gente está falando algo para ajudar outras pessoas. Então ele coloca a religião no meio, né? Mas para falar o que ele falou na rede social para todo mundo ver, né? Falando do alcoolismo, no meu caso ali, da onde eu saí, né? E graças a Deus eu me libertei, né? Campeão da vida, eu diria. E muitas pessoas passando por esse problema, né? A pessoa diretamente, e não só a pessoa, mas as famílias sofrendo e a pessoa fazer brincadeira. Então, eu não entendo quando ele fala de religião, o que pode e o que não pode. Não estou aqui para falar de religião, respeito todas as religiões, fique bem claro.
Well, first of all, I'm not here to talk about religion. Whatever religion I respect, I have a lot of respect for that. But he came and said that about that he couldn't take the bet, but was not even a bet about money for me to go and put money in my pocket. It was for us to do a good cause and donate for charity. And then he goes and talk about alcoholism. You know what I mean? I'm a champion in life. I overcame alcoholism, but there's a lot of people that did in the end. Their family struggle with it, not only the person. And so he used religion for a certain purpose, but I'm not here to talk about nobody's religion. I respect them all.
Do you think, I know it's a sore subject between the both of you, but do you think just in the interest of the fans that maybe they're more interested or intrigued in this fight specifically than any of your other fights because of the build-up and because of the skill set and the style that he brings in? It's something that maybe we haven't seen you face before.
Você acha que isso aqui é uma luta que os fãs estão querendo ver, que fora tudo que está sendo falado, esse hype que criou, mas também o estilo de luta dele sendo algo que eles não viram contra você ainda?
Bom, eu acho que é empolgante para todo mundo. Se eu estivesse no lugar de todo mundo, dos fãs, eu iria gostar dessa luta, porque teoricamente um strike e um grappling. Então eu acho que, eu gostaria de ver muito essa luta e eu vou gostar muito de fazer essa luta.
Well, absolutely. If I was on the fan position, that I could watch this fight, because basically, theoretically, is a strike and a grappler. So if I was a fan, I would actually want to watch that fight. It has a fight. I want to fight that fight.
Last one for me. Is part of you hoping he tries to take you down so you can showcase your skills on the ground?
Está esperando que ele venha tentar te colocar para baixo para você poder mostrar suas habilidades no chão?
Bom, estou esperando tudo, né? A gente está falando de outro adversário completo, né? A gente já viu algumas coisas dele. Muitas pessoas falam do grappling, mas ele não mostra muito. Mas eu tô bem treinado. Muitas pessoas acham que eu comecei a treinar agora, mas desde quando eu entrei no UFC, eu venho me dedicando, não só na minha estreia no UFC, mas antes, quando eu cheguei em Caneric, para treinar junto com o Glover, o meu foco foi esse, o MMA, e fazer algo onde eu tenho deficiência. Então eu melhorei muito e eu estou muito preparado e pronto para mostrar o meu jogo.
Well, when you talk about him as a complete fighter, not only a wrestler, I have skills everywhere, but I'm prepared too. Like, I've been training wrestling and grappling since before I joined the UFC. When I first came to Connecticut to Glover Teixeira, I came there to be an MMA fighter, and I'm ready for this.
You know, Alex, he's been tweeting a lot in the lead up to this fight, and there's some people who say it's not actually him tweeting, it's someone else tweeting for him. But in your mind, if you allow those statements to go out on your Twitter account, is it the same as saying them yourself?
Pô, então, muita atividade dele no Twitter, né? Muita gente falando que não é ele falando, é alguém falando. No seu lugar, você deixaria esses tweets estar saindo da sua conta? Se tivesse saído esse tweet, você não escrever, mas sair do seu nome, queria dizer também que é você falando?
Bom, eu, sinceramente, unicamente mexo nas minhas redes sociais, então eu sou responsável por tudo. E se eu deixo alguém tomando conta ou uma empresa, eu vou ser responsável por isso. Esse é meu nome.
Well, me, myself, I'm responsible for all my social medias, but if I let somebody do, I'm responsible for it. It's my name.
So when he tweets things like, I never want to hurt someone in my life as much as I want to hurt you, you have to take that as a personal insult from him, right? Because even if it's him or not, he's still allowing someone representing him to say that.
Então, por exemplo, quando ele fala que ele nunca quis machucar tanto uma pessoa igual ele quer machucar você, por mais que às vezes pode não ser ele, é ele falando. Então você leva para o pessoal como se tivesse sido ele que tivesse falado.
Não, com certeza, né? Para mim é ele que está falando. Não importa quem seja, mas para mim é ele que está falando. Então ele vai ter que fazer bonito, porque se não fizer bonito, chama.
Well, absolutely, you know what I mean? Like, if it's him saying or not, taking like if it's him. So he better do good on this, because I think if he do bad, chama.
Outside of this fight, I wanted to talk to you about your career in general. Usually in mixed martial arts, when someone has a very successful run and then they lose, it's very rare, if at all, that they're ever able to go on a second run. You had an amazing run at middleweight, then you lost to Israel, but then you've since then had this amazing run. What do you attribute that to, your ability to survive a loss and find momentum again, which most people can't in this sport?
Pô, nesse esporte é um esporte muito difícil quando o campeão tem aquela primeira esticada, aquela sequência de vitórias e perde, conseguir ter mais uma segunda. Você é um cara que você conseguiu chegar ao cinturão, perdeu para o Israel Adesanya e depois já teve mais uma agora, que é o momento que você está. Ao que você atribui essa segunda chance?
Bom, acho que isso é a minha dedicação, né? Onde eu estou sempre treinando e onde isso fortalece a minha mente. Tem muitas coisas também que aconteceram, né? Pô, todo mundo sabe que comecei já uma pessoa mais velha no esporte. No MMA também sou muito novo comparado com os outros atletas. Então, numa perca ali, eu estava num processo de evolução. Então, acho que eu mantive a minha mente forte e quis continuar.
Well, like everybody know, I'm an older guy on the sport, but I was very young into my MMA career, so I was learning as I go. And I think it was just a matter of determination and knowing who you are, and I just kept going, just made the adjustments.
Last one from me today. It was announced Dana White is getting into the boxing business. Does a fight with Alexander Usyk become more real?
Dana White anunciou hoje que está abrindo boxe aí, né? A luta com o Alexander Usyk para você é alguma coisa que está se tornando cada vez mais real, uma coisa que você quer?
Não, com certeza. Quando eu vi o anúncio ali, eu já pulei de alegria. Quem sabe aí em setembro, Saudi Arábia.
Absolutely, man. I was hyped. I was happy when I heard the news. Who knows? September, Saudi Arabia.
Alex, right here, brother.
Chama.
Right here. When Magomed was in here earlier, I just want to kind of go back to the tweets he was putting out earlier. He said it wasn't directed so much as an insult as it was, he was saying like, hey, I want to know if this guy's actually prepared, you know, when he's out and he's at these different events. DC was also a little bit critical of you. He said, you know, has this guy really been training? And you kind of poked fun at DC on your story saying, hey, DC, we're out here working. So do you have a message to anybody that would be critical of you going to these different places when you have a fight coming up?
Acho que o Ankalaev tá mais cedo aí, até se perguntou, assim, não do modo desrespeitoso, mas está curioso se você está mesmo preparado para essa luta. E o Cormier também falando que estava curioso que quando você viajou, se você conseguisse preparar. Você tem alguma mensagem para essa galera que está duvidando que você está pronto?
Bom, eu não vou nem falar nada aqui, porque senão se for falar tudo que eu gostaria de falar aqui, talvez as pessoas me olhem diferente. Uma coisa, falou, pô, o Alex tá mudando, não era assim. É óbvio, vou te dar um exemplo. Se tem uma pessoa que só está te falando algo, te colocando para baixo, você tem um autocontrole e você está ali, você não vai brigar com a pessoa. Então você escuta isso a sua vida inteira, e depois essa pessoa vai lá e te bate, e aí você bate nela, você se defendendo, quer dizer que eu mudei porque eu bati nela?
Well, honestly, I'm not even going to say everything that is on my mind about this because I think people start look at me in a different way. But because the way that I feel is like I have my right to defend myself, but if I say it's going to be too much, like all life somebody beats you up and then you just go and beats back, you know what I mean? You're the wrong one.
Okay. And then I know, obviously, like, you don't want to look past the fight ahead of you, but if you had your choice down the road, would you rather have a fight with Dricus at 205 or John Jones at heavyweight?
Eu sei que a gente não pode olhar muito além dessa luta, ainda tem que passar por sábado, mas digamos que se Deus quiser dê tudo certo sábado, o que você prefere primeiro? O Dricus no 93 ou o John Jones no pesado?
Bom, eu sinceramente não parei para pensar, para te dar essa resposta, mas como eu sempre venho falando, eu estou treinando, estou focado. Bom, como eu falei, quero defender o meu cinturão, esse é o meu foco, mas com certeza a gente tem outras opções, né? Assim, lutar contra o Dricus, ou no peso pesado, né? Com o John Jones, ou também no boxe com o Zik. Isso são coisas que tá na minha mente, e eu acho que essas três opções é possível. Não depende de mim, eu não tenho esse controle. Então, o que o UFC falar que eu tenho que fazer, eu vou fazer.
Well, not looking to pass ahead, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, these things didn't come to my mind, which one, but what I think for the future that I have in hand is either Dricus or John Jones, or even fighting Alexander Usyk in boxing. Those I see possibly happen, and there's a possibility. Doesn't depend on me, it depends on the UFC, so whatever the UFC want me to do, I'll do it.
Alex.
Oi, Alex. Boa tarde, Alex. Você acha que Ankalaev é o adversário mais perigoso que já enfrentou?
Good afternoon, Alex. Do you think that Ankalaev is the toughest opponent they ever faced?
Bom, não dá para saber, difícil essa pergunta, mas olhando assim, teoricamente, não. Teoricamente, não. Muitas pessoas estão falando isso, estão falando do jogo dele de luta agarrada, mas eu, sinceramente, estou treinando muito e estou esperando muito esse momento. Não é de agora, né? Já faz um tempo que eu tenho essa vontade. Não lembro que luta que foi agora, se foi, acho que, com o Giri. Então, eu cheguei no Hunter e falei, pô, eu quero lutar. Se eu não me engano, foi na Austrália. Eu falei, pô, eu quero lutar na Austrália. Seria, acho que, menos de um mês. Falou, pô, mas não tem como, pô, tem que fazer a promoção, mas quem seria? E eu tinha falado do Ankalaev, mas eu sempre quis. Agora, muitas pessoas falam de sonhos, eu estou realizando um sonho, lutar com o Ankalaev.
Well, it's hard to say, but I really don't think so. I really believe on my skills. I really believe that I'm ready for this. I wanted this fight. Like even one time, I think it was after GD that I came to Hunter, said that I wanted to fight in Australia, and he said, "Bro, I don't think this can happen because we still gotta build up the fight. And we just have a month, you know what I mean? And then have to be maybe Ankalaev." And Alex say, "I want to fight Ankalaev." Many people have dreams. This Saturday, I'm fulfilling one dream to fight Ankalaev.
Seu striking é letal, mas Ankalaev tem jogo de luta muito forte. Como você planeja neutralizar essa ameaça?
You have a lethal level of striking, but Ankalaev have a very good wrestling skills. How do you think about neutralize his skills?
Bom, tem a minha estratégia, né? Mas eu acho que tudo vai depender da forma que ele se comporta ali. Como eu falei, não dá para saber a forma que ele vem, mas eu estou preparado para qualquer coisa.
Well, it's hard to say before the fight, but I have a strategy in my mind because it's hard to see how he behaves, but I'm ready for anything.
Se vencer no sábado, qual é o próximo passo para você? Continuar dominando essa divisão ou buscar novo desafio?
After you win Saturday, what is the next step for you? To keep dominating this weight class, this division, or go to a new weight class?
Bom, a gente falou das possibilidades aqui, fora da minha categoria, né? Mas eu estou focado mais na minha categoria e é isso que eu pretendo fazer.
We just spoke about other steps beyond my weight class, my weight division, but right now I'm focusing on this weight class and keep training it.
Obrigada.
Alex, you were at a Drake concert recently. Did you make him pay for betting against you or for betting for you?
Você estava no concerto do Drake muito pouco tempo atrás, aí você fez ele pagar para você de volta e o que apostou contra ou a favor?
Não, nem conversei com ele, né? Só foi o que eu postei ali no vídeo, ele me cumprimentando quando terminou o show. Foi aquilo, a gente não chegou a conversar.
No, I not really spoke with him. It was more the interaction as far as you guys saw in the video.
Alex over here to your right. Obviously, with the big boxing announcement from Dana White in Turkey, I know you just mentioned Alexander Usyk. He's thrown your name out there in the media. So, given that he's a guy that does frequent business with Turkey, do you see this as an even bigger possibility to actually happen and for Dana to let you eventually cross over to make the super fight happen?
Bom, você acabou de falar, né, do boxe, do Alexander Usyk. A gente sabe que o Turkey, o parceiro do Dana White nisso aí também, é o cara que faz o boxe lá. E o Usyk está constantemente fazendo esse negócio do boxe com ele, tá junto com ele. Você acha que isso aí facilita a possibilidade de você estar lutando com ele no futuro?
Não, com certeza, isso facilita, né? Eu mostrando interesse, igual eu acho que eu fui o primeiro a mostrar interesse. O Zig também agora mostrou interesse, né? E agora só tem que ver o interesse das organizações e eu vou estar pronto.
No, absolutely. I think I was the one to show interest first, and then Usyk said that he would like to fight too. He also showed interest. So now we're both interested on the fight. I think it just comes down to the organization to show interest too and make this fight happen.
Sure. And just one last one from me. I saw in the media day photo of you that you guys got today, you were not wearing the custom shorts you received that people learned to love. So are you going to be wearing the regular black and gold, or are you going to surprise the fans with something else?
A gente viu agora no Media Day que você estava usando outro short da sessão de fotos e tal, e não o short que todo mundo gosta de ver, aquele short já seu famoso. Qual short que você vai estar usando no sábado aí, ou vai ter algum outro mais diferente?
Não, vai ser o mesmo short, né, das últimas lutas, se não me engano, do UFC 300. Vai ser esse, eu gosto dele.
No, it's going to be the same UFC 300 short.
Alex, do you think a fight between you and Usyk would be bigger than the fight between Conor and Floyd Mayweather?
Você acha que uma luta sua com o Usyk vai ser maior do que quando foi o Conor com o Floyd Mayweather?
Sinceramente, eu não sei, é difícil responder. Pô, a gente sabe da popularidade dos dois, né? E, pô, eu tô vindo aí, tô no mesmo caminho, tô chegando, mas ainda acho que eu tô um passinho atrás lá em questão de mídia, então não sei como que vai ser.
Well, I don't know. I cannot tell you. We both know the level of popularity that those both guys have. I think maybe a little step behind on media, yeah, but let's see how it goes.
Alex, do you feel you can tell when an opponent is intimidated when you look into his eyes? For example, Ankalaev eyes, what tell you?
Você consegue ver quando um oponente está intimidado quando você olha nos olhos deles? Por exemplo, o que você acha que olhar nos olhos do Ankalaev vai te dizer?
Não sei, é que eu não conheço muito bem ele. Então, acho que isso eu poderia até responder se a gente já tivesse uma encarada ali, né, tipo na pesagem, ou algo do tipo assim, alguma encarada, próximo mesmo, seria mais fácil. Mas dá para você saber, né, sentir ali se o adversário está meio que tremendo ou não.
Well,
Okay.
you can tell when the opponent is intimidated or not, in general, by staring down his eye. As far as Ankalaev, I cannot say yet because I did not really had a face-off with him. Maybe after I do, I can tell you.
I have other question. Como acredita que vai fazer sua luta? Ficando em pé ou a nível do piso?
Ankalaev or Alex?
For him, like how he thinks is going to be his fight.
Como é que você acha que vai ser sua luta, de pé ou no chão?
Bom, estou preparado, eu não sei. MMA, chama.
Well, I'm prepared. I don't know. It's MMA. Chama.
And you also have a lot of fans from Ecuador. I am from Ecuador, and a lot of people are hoping you win this fight. So good luck for you and for Brazil.
Você tem bastante muitos fãs no Equador também, então todos torcendo para você ganhar essa luta. Boa sorte para você e para o Brasil.
Obrigado.
Alex, right here. Alex, which 3 fighters would you bring with you to rob a bank with Coach Plinio?
Alex, qual outros 3 lutadores você levariam para roubar um banco junto com o seu coach Plínio?
Yusri, o Glover, né? O Glover, né? Para dirigir. O Glover para dirigir, né? E o outro, quem mais? Quem, Plínio? Shane Strickland, pô. Shane Strickland.
Yusri Belgari, Glover to drive, and definitely Sean Strickland.
Which one is most likely to confess to the cops?
Agora, qual de todos você acha mais fácil de caguetar para os policiais depois, de entregar o jogo, se for preso?
Não, acho que nenhum.
None of those.
There have been a couple of videos. We know that Connecticut gets very cold, but how often do you actually wrestle in the snow with Glover for your training?
A gente sabe que Connecticut é frio pra caramba, então com frequência você está fazendo um wrestling na neve com o Glover?
Bom, aquele vídeo ali foi mais para brincar mesmo, né? Não sei como que as pessoas treinam no gelo, né? Eu também nunca vi, assim, tá ali na neve, mas a gente fez uma brincadeira que a gente está ali levando para os fãs, né? Algo para eles também se divertir, eles gostam muito desse tipo de vídeo, né? Mas não foi na neve, mas eu treinei muito.
No, it's not something that I do frequently on the snow. I did that more to entertain the fans, but it wasn't on the snow, but I did train a lot.
Okay, Alex, hello. 3 years ago, there was news that you were planning to convert to Islam. Tell me, are you Muslim or not? This happened after the video where you read the Muslim prayer.
Pô, saiu os vídeos aí falando de religião e tal. Você é muçulmano ou não é? Que saiu o vídeo de você fazendo os votos, fazendo o ritual deles lá.
Como eu falei, eu não ia falar de religião, respeito todo mundo.
Like I said before, I'm not going to talk about religion. I respect them all.
Okay, thank you.